With the life seemingly going back to pre-pandemic freedom, Israel opens its doors to a warm welcome to tourists. With us today is Deputy Director General Ilan Marciano of Israel's Ministry of Tourism, who will be sharing valuable insights into the hidden gems of the country, as well as potential tourism that Israel has to offer. We are very privileged to have you in Open for Business because the episode of Israel in Open for Business is one of the most watched episodes in Open for Business. How often have you visited the Philippines? Is it your first, second, or third time already?
That's my first time in the Philippines. I'm
Wow.
very delighted to be here. I'll tell you something, okay? I'll tell you like this.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I found what's similar between two countries, between two humans in the Philippines and Israel, and I found two similar things. One of them is good heart. The Philippines have good hearts, and the Israeli have the good hearts. The second thing is they love to do business. The Israeli love to do business and the Philippines love to do business. Now it's a good combination. When you got the good heart and you want to do business together, it's a success.
And it's a perfect combination.
It's exactly. It's a perfect combination. It's give you the opportunity to success. In a personal view, I want to say that my mother, she's 80 years old. She's sick. She have dementia. It's a terrible disease. But she have a heart next to her. So big heart from here to Israel and back. Her name is Gina, and she's
A Filipina?
a Philippine.
Perfect. Perfect.
And I love her like my sister. I really said that.
Wow.
Because she have heart, and she take care, and she do it from the heart. Yes, she's making money. It's okay, but she do it from the heart. And then from then I know the Filipinos are with good heart.
How long has she been taking care of your
For
mother?
like 3 years already.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 years. She's like I'm telling you, she's like part of the family. She's a sister. I'll do everything for her.
That is one of the basic characteristics of Filipinos. Our nurses, our doctors, our caregivers all over the world, they are the most sought after in terms of caregiving. And because you mentioned about
You're so right.
because you mentioned about having this good heart and being open in business, and maybe that's the reason why Anna, chose Open for Business to be one of the main features here. Having been in Israel, I also noticed a lot of our similarities. When we went there, Israeli people are also family-oriented. Like in your case, you are close with your mother. You want to give her the primary care that she needs in her old age. Why is that? When you talk of the contemporary Israelis, do they have still that tradition of very family-oriented?
Yeah, most of them, yes. Most of them, yes. I want to say something about tourism, about traveling. If you are a traveler, if you want to see the world, I think once in a lifetime, you must visit Israel. If you want to see a modern city, you go to Tel Aviv. If you want to see a religious place, you go to Jerusalem. Everywhere you go in Israel, you find a piece of wall or piece of anything. have historic. It's better you come to Israel. It's fill you up. It's
Wow.
fill you up because
Yes.
you see the historic view. You see everything. When you want to take care of your future, it's better you know your past.
Yes.
It's better you know your past. So if you want to know your past as human beings, you have to come to Israel. You have to come to Jerusalem.
That's right, that's right. You know, that's perfect there. And speaking of tourism, we notice there's really a revenge travel. A lot of people say and think that the pandemic is not over yet, but we see the economies opening up. The truth of the matter is that you are the very first to close down, but you were also the very first to open up. So are you seeing that trend of tourism really going back to pre-pandemic levels?
One of the peaks of the highest tourism that came to Israel was in 2019. It was a huge amount of tourists that came, and then the pandemic, the virus, the COVID, take it down. Now we can see it's coming up again. First of all, because people, I think they know the bad things and the good things. They learn to handle with the COVID. We know how to handle it. You can take medicine for it. It's not the end of the world. It's not. And we open the gates because we're not afraid anymore from the COVID. We think we can do it. We're thinking we can live with it, and we think we can fight it. That's why we open. If something happens from security, health, or whatever, and you need to be somewhere, it's better you be in Israel. I said not as a, because you got good doctors.
Yes,
you got
good doctors, good hospitals,
good hospitals.
great care.
Yeah, they take care of you. So don't be afraid of that. It's not a problem. I came to Philippines in one goal. One main goal is to try to bring as lot as tourists from Philippines to Israel. I think you have what to see there. I think it's good that the relationship with economic, with the businessmen and tourism together, it can be a good solution for everybody.
Wow, that's perfect. Now, Ilan, off cam, we were talking about your background. You were a journalist, editor. You've been, your life has been in the media sector. My question is, as a journalist, of course, you are looking for areas or stories that you wanted to highlight. Assuming you are a journalist now, and you wanted to bring a team of journalists in Israel at this point. Can you give me at least 3 destinations where you will tell this journalist that this is a good story?
When I was young, I was going a lot to the Kinneret, to the Jordan, the place where Jesus was walking on the water. I was fishing there. My cousin was fishing, and we eat. I really love this place. It's a beautiful place. So that's one of them. I invite you to come
I haven't been there the first time I visited.
You must. The second thing, you can't be in Israel without seeing Jerusalem. You need to see Jerusalem not from the hotel. You need to walk. You need to go. You need to see the place like from inside of it. And the third place, if you want to go to see a good beach, you go to Tel Aviv or to Haifa, and then you have it.
Which is exactly one of my latest discoveries. When I went to Israel, all the while I thought it's a little bit conservative. It's a very strict place, very traditional. But we went to Tel Aviv and we were walking there, and I saw the combination of, it's really something very modern, that it's a fusion of both the old and the new. And I'm so amazed because, of course, even with technology, Tel Aviv and the other areas in Israel combine the latest and the most modern technologies, especially cybersecurity. I know that you have a lot of cybersecurity technologies.
Because of the reality, everything that goes with security, we are good with it.
That's exactly.
I'm sorry it's like that, but that's a reality. You have to do to keep your life. Yeah.
Now you have a tagline here, and it says the campaign is Israel exactly like nowhere else. I have experienced that. I know it, but what is the inspiration, behind this Israel exactly like nowhere else?
Well, there's only one land of creation, it's Israel. There's no more than that. I think that's the question, that's the answer of the question. Because Israel, like you said, it's a very modern in part of it, and it's very orthodox in the other part, and this combination...
Yeah, that's the right word. Very orthodox on the other part.
And
Go
this
ahead.
combination will give you... The time you spend in Israel is full. That's what I'm trying to say. Everywhere you go, there's something behind it. You know what I'm saying? So I want to tell you this for the end, yeah?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try, yeah? Tara punta kiyo to Israel.
Wow! Tara, punta kayo sa
Tara punta kiyo to Israel.
Pupunta kami talaga. Yes, definitely we will go there. Okay. Now, Ilan, what also is very inspiring and very, sometimes it's mind-boggling also, because in the Philippines, normally when you go to the different travel destinations, you have to use land, sea, and air. So it will take you about 2 hours to travel to this beautiful island. Yes, we have 7,000 islands, and then you can experience different experiences in different parts of the country. But in Israel,
if you go from the north to the south of Israel, it takes you like 4 or 5 hours by car. And if you go from the west to the east, it takes you 2 hours. With traffic, 3 hours, okay? We have the problem with traffic as same as you.
You are not alone.
Yeah.
So it's not basically a problem with Filipinos.
If you visit the north, it's a beautiful place, yes? And you come down all the way to the south, you can see everything on your way. You can see the life, you can see everything. So that's why Israel is small, but she has so much to give you in your travel, so much.
Now, Ilan, we know that there's a lot of learnings now after the pandemic. A lot of people have somehow changed in terms of consumer behavior. They now go online, they check a lot of things before they travel. In your case, both in your capacity as Deputy Director General, what are those observations in terms of the changing consumer behavior? Are they more discerning now, or?
I think everybody think twice before spending money. They want the value of what they get. So you have to do it. You have to open your mind that he gets the value of his visit. He can't spend the money for nothing. If he spends, so he needs the value. That's one of the things we have to do. We have to look forward. We have to increase the relationship between both countries. I believe that if we do increase the tourist and increase the businessman that comes, it will be very good for both countries, very good for them. That's my belief here. I believe in that.
Wow, perfect. I agree with you entirely, Ilan. But are there new strategies that you are thinking now to invite more Filipinos?
I'll tell you this. My minister, Chaim Katz, when he came to the office, after the government approved the budget, he said, okay, I'll take a budget now for Asia, to open the market in Asia. So we're going to invest money here.
That is a perfect strategy, because even the ASEAN countries, they wanted to make ASEAN stronger, which we think is now one of the most powerful blocks in terms of economy. So yes, that's a perfect one.
I think in Israel they believe that Asia is the next thing in the world, I think.
You said with the COVID-19, it's almost over, or it's over, because there's a lot of vaccines and people are already informed and educated. So going to Israel now, is it easier? Are there other precautions? Are there other government regulations that have to be followed?
No, we don't have no government regulations now. It's open, wild. I think people are so shocked from that. They speak about it. So even though it's off,
This is your first time here in the Philippines. And what is your mission here? And based on your learnings, with your interaction with journalists, with people, what is it that you think can establish that good relationship with
I'm
Filipinos?
I'm gonna invite delegations for Israel to visit Israel. In purpose, they influence others to come. We're gonna do it. I invite you to. My missions here, I meet with the government officials. We'll try to do our best in what you call the direct flights. Before the COVID, it was about to sign. They was about to sign about the flight, the context flight, and then it's vanished because of the COVID. Now I want to open it again. I want in 2024 that we'll have direct flight from Israel to Philippines. I would like that to happen.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Because before that is from Manila to Dubai.
Yeah.
Correct? And then Dubai to...
Well, now it's shorter. I came here in 8 hours because we flight in a short way instead of 14.
Okay.
Because he can fly over Saudi. So it's shorter the time in 4 hours. But if we do it direct, it will be shorter. And
By how many hours if it's a direct flight?
it can be like 6-7 hours.
Wow, that's perfect.
If you have a direct flight, you can also merchandise, to flight merchandise, flight things, not only tourists. So it will grow the relationship between the countries. That's what I want.
Are there also opportunities where Filipino businesses or small businesses can take advantage of when they partner with Israeli businessmen?
Yeah, of course. First of all, we are the nation of the high tech, right?
Yeah.
I think the minister said it too, that if you want to succeed, take a partner from here, then make it together, businessmen from here and businesses from Israel, and then if you do it together, it will help you to succeed. And I think that will be happened if we open the direct flight. If we open the direct flight, it will open a lot of opportunities to everybody. Yeah, I hope I'll succeed. I want to tell you this: if you want something for your soul and if you want to do business, Israel is the place. Yeah, come to Israel. You'll see a modern country and you'll see an Orthodox country. You can see a modern life and Orthodox life. You come and see history. You come to see the land of creation. Please come to Israel.
It's 3 days of gourmet adventure as Open for Business proudly explores the wonderful flavors of the 15th Philippine Food Expo 2023 here at the SMX Convention Center. Let's discover some of the latest culinary innovations and embark on a mouth-watering journey of flavors, aroma, and texture that are sure to appeal to our taste buds. There are also a plate full of business opportunities as we discover new trends and techniques, promising products, as well as learn about the pains and gains of food suppliers and producers.
Ang purpose ng Philippine Food Expo is promote natin yung mga Philippine product para ma-showcase natin yung mga product ng MSME at matulungan natin sila na may pakilala yung product. Siyempre kung merong market, yung mga MSME natin maglalong magsisikap na gumawa ng mga product na may mga market nila. Kasi kung walang trade show, hindi natin may papakita yung produkto natin. At the same time, sa trade show, makukuha mo agad yung result. Let's say, kung ikaw ay isang exhibitor, malalaman mo na agad pagka nalaman ng mga visitor kung anong klase yung produkto mo, pasado ba yung lasa, pasado ba yung presyo, mataas ba o mura. At the same time, makukumpare mo yung product mo sa other product na kapareho mo. 2018 ang sales namin nung 14 Philippine Food Expo is about 100 million on-site sale. Sa ngayon, siyempre because of pandemic, pag inabot namin ng 100 million, medyo masaya na yung kwan. Pero ina-expect pa rin namin na tumaas pa, mas mataas. Siguro kahit 5%. Natutuwa kami na nakapag-umpisa na ulit tayo. Kasi imagine mo, 3 years tayong pandemic. So, talagang yung ating mga exhibitor, yung ating mga food processor, ngayon, ready na talaga sila na mag-market ng produkto nila. So, sana tangkilikin ng ating mga visitor, ng mga buyers, itong produkto ng Philippine Food Expo. Ito lang kasi yung All Filipino Food Show.
It's nice to see that PhilFoodX is back because when we started with FRLD and AgriLink, PhilFoodX was one of the active ones in our pavilion. Originally, we started with, first exhibit was Pig Link, then we expanded it to become AgriLink in 1995, and then we first had a food pavilion in 1999, and then we made AgriLink and FoodLink in 2000. So after that, PhilFoodX continued to grow, and so they were able to go into their own exhibit. And we're happy to see that they are now on their 15th.
Our product is called Sox Peppers po. Ito ay short for Sox Sgt. Pepper Company po. We are offering the world's hottest pepper. It's called the Carolina Reaper pepper po. So we have derivatives from that pepper. Pinaprocess po namin siya para maging powder, maging puree. We can also make vinegars out of it and other products po. Isa po ako sa regional winners po ng programa ng ating gobyerno, Young Farmers Challenge Fund po. Ako po ay regional winner ng 2001. Kasama ko po ngayon dito sa exhibit yung mga fellow winners ko po. Regarding sa export, inaayos po namin yung aming papeles for FDA certification. After that po, may market na po tayo outside. May mga prospect buyers na po tayo. So yun na lang po yung hinihintay natin, yung FDA license natin. As for assistance ng gobyerno, ang dami po nilang tinutulong ngayon sa mga young farmers, especially sa programs that empowering us to focus or to pursue agribusiness po. So, the YFC is only one of their many programs po, yung Young Farmers Challenge Fund po nila. Naisip po namin na ano po yun hindi na-hamper na industry, which is ang pagkain. So, doon po nagka-interest kami in planting this kind of pepper po. Actually, hindi po talaga pepper yung initial na tatanim namin. Totoo po talaga is sibuyas. However, nag-fail po kami sa sibuyas, hindi po siya tumubo sa farm namin. So, nag-aral kami kung ano talaga maganda itanim sa lugar namin. Doon namin na-find out na maganda talaga ang pepper sa Region 12 doon sa South Cotabato. Yun, doon po namin siya natuklasan. Regarding naman sa variety nito, ang Carolina Reaper po ay hindi endemic sa Pilipinas. Galing po yan sa Estados Unidos. So, ginultivate po natin dito sa Pilipinas at gumanda naman yung tubo at ani niya po dito.
The Philippine Food Expo started way back in 1992 when our organization, which is PhilFoodX, a non-stock, non-profit organization for micro, small, medium processors and manufacturing exporters, would like to be given a platform, a venue for us to promote our products for food, beverage, and all agribusiness products. And this has been the advocacy of the PhilFoodX since our members did not have enough funds to promote and market their products. Since 1992 until now, our exporters are able to mentor our small and medium manufacturers so that they can be export ready in the years to come. Coming up with a food show is very critical now because the food sector had a lot of major challenges even during the pre-COVID, most especially during the pandemic era. The agribusiness and food export sectors have survived the advent of all free trade agreement, export and import policies. No? So it is important for our organization, Filfodex, to be able to help our members to bounce back and be able to continue their respective businesses because at the end, the multiplier effect of sales in terms of the domestic and foreign markets are able to help out the profit and the way of life of the farmers in the countryside. After 4 years, this is the time that we are able to come back and provide opportunities, market opportunities for all the exhibitors in Filfodex and other industry players. We are celebrating the Filipino Food Month in cooperation with the Department of Agriculture, wherein the Youth Farmers Challenge is featured in support of the youth agri-fisheries in the countryside. Right now, we have about 21 regional participants from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And we also have about 12 booths also representing the youth farmers who are promoting their innovative products so that the processors can use them in making their finished products and for introduction also of these new products in the local market and hopefully in the export market as well. The 3-day event, aside from the exhibition, we have the culinary competitions participated in by 35 universities. We have the Kitchen Masters competition, the mystery ingredient, the food styling photography contest. We also have the table setting competition, the healthy pasta competition, wherein judges from the international and local places have come in to participate and join us.
It is a great honor that I join you today in the 15th Philippine Food Expo 2023. This year's event marks a significant milestone after all the devastating effects of the pandemic. I remember when I was still in the government, we would have meetings every day, and one of the big discussions was how we can allow our MSMEs, especially in the food sector, to continue operating despite the effects of the pandemic. And thankfully enough, many were able to survive, and I think we can see now that they're beginning to thrive again. Kaya malapit po sa akin ang okasyon na ito dahil ito po ay nagbibigay ng suporta sa ating mga MSMEs. And as many of us know, MSMEs account for a large majority of the employment in our country. Now, many of you will see just what our local SMEs are capable of doing with delicious Philippine flavors and unique finds that should find a way to enter every Filipino home. So I'm very proud that I can see today the quality and excellence of our Philippine products, and I'm glad that we were able to give these truly deserving businesses a stage to shine. The Philippine Food Expo provides a balanced platform for information exchange, market opportunities, and the latest trends in the food and beverage market. As we face ever-changing landscapes in the food industry, it is imperative that we stay informed and adapt to emerging trends. And this year's theme reflects the importance of being proactive in adapting to new developments. Through this Philippine Food Expo initiative, we are providing a real platform for Pinoy excellence to shine through. The event is an opportunity for entrepreneurs to showcase their capabilities, network, and collaborate with stakeholders in the industry. I commend the Philippine Food Processors and Exporters Organization Incorporated for their commitment to promoting the local food industry. I also congratulate all the exhibitors for their dedication and hard work in creating unique and innovative food products that showcase the richness of our heritage. I am proud to say that we have some of the most talented and skilled entrepreneurs in the world. And of course, as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, we sponsored Senate Bill number 1594, which was already approved in third reading and which will very soon become a law. It will institutionalize the One Town, One Product Philippines program to promote inclusive growth within the communities and stimulate local employment.
On behalf of PhilExport, allow me first to extend my warmest greetings and congratulations to PhilFoodX for this year 15th Philippine Food Expo, dubbed as the most comprehensive and recognized only all Filipino food show in the country. This year, Philippine Food Expo is a convincing story of bouncing back, recovering, and resilience as we meet once again to showcase and experience authentic Filipino food. This is only a timely event as we celebrate the Filipino Food Month. As we are all aware, emerging trends in the food trade are linked to diversification and innovation. As such, the evolving demand and food preferences of consumers around the world must keep us at pace and up to date with market trends and opportunities. Within this context, may I just share with you quickly the Catalog of Diversification Opportunities 2022 as released by the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, or UNCTAD, which detailed the potential products for diversification with higher export opportunities. The report revealed that in the case of the Philippines, there are many opportunities for diversification, particularly in the agribusiness sector, some of which are meat and edible meat offal, presenting the biggest opportunity for local exporters, representing a huge 49% share of the export potential. This is followed by fish, crustacean, mollusk, aquatic invertebrates, oilseed, oleagic fruit, grain, seed, fruit, cereals, dairy product, eggs, honey, edible and animal products, and milling products, malt, starches, inulin, and wheat gluten. Meanwhile, the report also highlighted the biggest export market for new agribusiness products, which are China, Germany, US, Finland, UK, Netherlands, and France. In terms of regional markets, opportunities abound in Asia, followed by Western Europe, Northern Europe, and Northern America. I share this information to hopefully provide some guide as we continue to make the journey towards increased domestic and global competitiveness and productivity. And on this note, may I end my message with a quote from a famous international chef who said, "Food brings people together on many different levels. It's nourishment of the soul and body. It's truly love." Masagana at mabuhay po kayong lahat at salamat po ulit.
Whether you're a foodie looking to explore the latest trends in gastronomy or a professional in the industry seeking new products and techniques, this year's edition of the Philippine Food Expo is the perfect place to be. This is Randy Bernardino for Open for Business. Welcome back to Open for Business. Here are the trending business news around the world. Remittances fuel use of app-based digital payments in the Philippines. Remittances from overseas Filipino workers significantly drive the use of app-based digital payments, according to a report by the world's leader in digital payments. The Philippines saw a 2.4% rise in remittances in February 2023 to $2.5 billion. The report also noted that the use of digital platforms are generally seen as safe and secured by both the sender and receiver of remittances. However, the research results found that the cost of transfers and exchange rates remained a concern for digital payment users. World Bank grants $176 million loan for fisheries project. The World Bank has approved a $176 million loan for the Philippine Fisheries and Coastal Resiliency Project, or FishCorp, according to the multilateral lender. The loan is seen to help improve fisheries management and production. The project is expected to positively impact over 1.15 million fisherfolk, small to medium businesses, and residents in coastal communities, the World Bank said. FishCorp is looking to improve fishery products, ensure a steady supply of fish for national food security, and boost competitiveness of small and medium fishery enterprises. The fisheries sector contributes about 1.3% to the Philippines' gross domestic product and accounts for 1.6 million jobs. AI industry leaders warn of extinction. In a recent gathering in Washington, experts and industry leaders in the artificial intelligence or AI industry have signed a statement warning of the risk of extinction and should be considered a global priority. The collective AI experts and advocates, called Center for AI Safety, said in a statement, "Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority, alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war." The warning, which was supported by top AI experts, including the so-called godfather of AI, top executives and researchers from leading web companies, follows the viral success of OpenAI's ChatGPT, which has helped propel an arms race in the tech industry over artificial intelligence. Likewise, a growing number of lawmakers, advocacy groups, and tech insiders have raised alarm about the potential to spread misinformation and displace jobs with AI-powered chatbots. And that's our news roundup. I am Randy Bernardino for Open for Business.
Open for Business is at the helm, taking steps to curb inflation. More needs to be done to address inflation and economic concerns. The rising prices of basic goods like food and energy continue to be the headache of Filipino households. Just recently, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ordered the creation of the Interagency Committee on Inflation and Market Outlook to directly address inflation and enhance initiatives that will improve the economy and quality of life. Ayon sa executive order, ang komite ay magsisilbing advisory body sa Economic Development Group sa mga hakbang na magpapanatili ng inflation, partikular na ang pagkain at enerhiya sa loob ng inflation targets ng gobyerno. Muling inayos at pinangalanan ang Economic Development Cluster bilang Economic Development Group. Ang komite naman ay bubuuin ng kalihim ng National Economic and Development Authority bilang chair, kalihim ng Department of Finance bilang co-chair at kalihim ng Department of Budget and Management bilang vice chair. Ang mga kalihim naman ng Department of Agriculture, Department of Energy, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Trade and Industry at Department of Interior and Local Government ang magsisilbing mga miyembro. The Interagency Committee was created to facilitate regular and efficient data sharing among concerned agencies to effect timely supply and demand situation analysis, monitor global, regional, and domestic developments and issues that may affect prices, and provide timely recommendations to the EDG and relevant agencies on measures to curb price spikes and promote food security based on ex-ante supply and demand analysis. Now, according to an SWS survey, almost half or 45% of Filipino adults are optimistic that their quality of life will improve. This means the government is not just fighting to curb inflation here, but is fighting to keep the resilience of Filipinos alive. Israel's Hidden Gems offers visitors an opportunity to step off the beaten path and explore the lesser explored corners of the country. Whether it's the historical richness or the natural wonders that Israel offers, these destinations add depth and diversity to the overall tourism experience. Also, its delectable cuisine certainly bring more contentment to the overall visit to Israel. Thank you very much, Deputy Director General Ilan Marciano of the Ministry of Tourism. Truly, Israel is now open to tourists and will always be open for business. Thank you very much, Mr. Ilan Marciano, the Deputy Director General of Israel's Ministry of Tourism. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook, YouTube, like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Maraming salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders, at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. In today's fast-paced and ever-evolving world, people crave more than just products or services. They also yearn for meaningful and memorable experiences. This desire has given rise to what is known as the experience economy, a transformative concept that has reshaped industries and captivated consumers worldwide. We will speak to the top honchos of the Nexperience Group to discuss their innovative and eye-candy enterprises that push the experience economy as the next big thing. Your social media feeds must have been populated by some really interesting and fun-looking places that families are enjoying, whether a whimsical travel destination, quirky restaurants or cafes, picturesque outdoor area, etc. Younger entrepreneurs are capitalizing on experiences to attract customers for enjoyable moments and lasting memories. This is known as the fourth economic offering, the experience economy. Case in point, the Desert Museum, Bake Bee, Gootopia, and Inflatable Island Beach Club under the umbrella of the Nexperience Group's innovative businesses that help in unleashing the inner child through playful encounters. And to thrill us more, we are joined by Nico Joseph Ke, CEO, and Regine Texon Ke, the CFO of the Nexperience Group. Welcome to Open for Business. How are you?
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having us, Sir Caesar.
The introduction, I was mentioning a lot of these experiences, lalo na kasi sa mga kaidaran natin na millennials, hindi ba?
Yes.
So especially with the millennials, this is also the group that they say are the ones who love experiences. They even, although I think based on the latest data, marami na rin nag-i-invest sa kanila. Pero bago sila mag-invest, gusto nila mas mahalaga sa kanila yung experiences. So ladies first, ano ba yung pag yung experience economy or experience? And this is also embedded in the name of your group. So why experience?
Kasi kami, we're the millennials. So, kung ano yung gusto naming mga na-experience, because sometimes restaurants are just there, so nabobore. Where do you go? Cinemas, parang usual na. So, ano yung thing na pwedeng maka-excite sa amin? So, yun yung ino-offer namin. So, parang tinetest namin yung business namin on us.
Okay, wow. What's your take on that?
For me naman, on the business side of things, especially we just went through a pandemic. Everyone's really having this, kumbaga, gusto kong makalabas. So we really try to cater for that want. Even kami, before we would used to travel, those are the things we look for in other countries. Pero it comes to a point, bakit may kulang tayo dito in the Philippines? Aren't we the social media capital of the world?
Correct.
So parang dapat talaga madala natin tong mga very unique experiences here and kumbaga really give it to the Pinoys. Kasi talagang tayo mag-post dyan eh. Para I am still alive, I'm a Filipino, there's more than what they usually know about the Philippines. So I really think it's about time na we compete with them on the global scale.
Perfect. Nice to hear that. Now, this one is something big. It's the next big thing. But ito ba binalak nyo prior to the pandemic pa? Kasi di ba parang there were a lot of business plans in the past, di ba, for the last 3 years. Pero na-stop because of the pandemic. When was this plan? Or parang ito ba you wanted to launch maybe 2-3 years ago but because of the pandemic, you just started ulit ngayon?
Actually, our first big business was 2017. And then, after niya maging successful, the year after, nagtayo kami ulit. So, parang ang trend namin is every year meron kaming tinatayo. Whichever yung tingin namin na yung in ngayon or tingin namin wala pang nag-o-offer. So, yun yung ginagawa naming next project.
I see. So, Nico, 2017 pa?
Yes.
You love to travel and di ba parang when we go to Singapore, to even our neighboring countries, di ba? Singapore, Japan, Hong Kong, ayan talagang andyan yung sila nga, pagbaba mo pa lang sa airport pa lang, experience na yon sa kanila, di ba? Doon pa lang sa, going to the baggage claim, somehow, there's a lot of pop-ups there already. Ano yung inspiration?
For us talaga, when it came, even before the pandemic, no one expected the pandemic. So even before then, parang there's really that, you can really see it in the market eh. Parang nakukulangan na ng gagawin yung mga people. It's always the usual spots, we go to a park na ganyan. Pero wala talagang nag-o-offer na ano yung ako mismo. I will pay actual money to have an experience and really get to share to my network of friends na parang I'm doing something new today, not the usual. That's what we noticed eh. people were getting bored. You can't just make restaurant na restaurant lang. Everyone started looking for that other thing. And we saw that yung mga nag-viral sa Instagram, which we are very present in the social media space talaga. So we wanted to create parang specialty boutiques. Na parang if I go there, not only will I get to eat or drink, pero I will have a memorable experience I can share. Kasi yun nga, again, Filipinos, napakahilig natin mag-share and mag-post. So yun talaga yung pinaka-nag-drive sa parang ito yung kulang. We need venue for creators to be able to share experiences. So we really focused on that. Sunod-sunod, nothing of the same kind. Lagi bagong experience dapat para at least we're unique to the world.
I'm sure there's data, you mine data from a lot of sources and realize what experience they like. And that's what we noticed with television as well, di ba? Parang they will no longer watch the whole 30, 45 minutes, di ba? But they would watch the shorter ones, di ba? Saan nyo nakukuha yung data na yon? And may ano rin ba dyan? May R&D rin ba dyan na ginagawa? Or are there FGDs also that you conduct?
Yes, actually we do a lot of data gathering from social media. Of course, what do people share? Ano ba yung nagte-trend ngayon? Like there was a time, it was near the pandemic, everyone was making slime. So parang ito yung trending ngayon sa Instagram. How do we find the business in that? You create an entire lab kung saan makagawa ka ng pili ka ng color. So you add a little bit of, ito. People will pay for it if they have the stage to do it. So we get what's trending and we try to turn it into parang, how do you 100x that? Gumagawa ng slime tong mga bata. How do we make a business out of it?
So kaya kayo meron kayong slime, what's this?
Gutopia.
Oh, okay, the Utopia. Okay, now, similar to my question there, Regine, you're young, millennial, you're beautiful, nakikita namin sa ganyan, di ba? Parang mga OOTD, yun ang forma-forma, different angles, yun. Is this also the kind of, like Nico shared, di ba parang everyone loves to share, everyone loves to be seen and do new things. So, in your case, lalo na sa mga babae, di ba, nakikita natin parang the trends. That's why a lot of, YouTubers are richer and are more popular than today's bigger TV and film stars. So what's your take on that, Regine? On your insight on women parading their looks, their accessories, their experiences in different areas, is that also the trend that you are seeing?
Yeah, for example ako, I get bored, tas parang, date na tayo, punta tayo dito para makapag-picture tayo, ma-post natin, para lang, out of our cave today. So, just like that, tas parang, kung girl ka, di ba nung pandemic, parang may makeup ka, tas magpo-post ka sa loob lang ng bahay. So parang ngayon, parang bumabawi.
Yun. So parang tama yun, kasi parang there's revenge traveling, nga, sabi nila, and revenge shopping. So everyone's taking revenge these days. So, madali ba magsawa ang millennial? Madali ba magsawa ang siyempre sa mga kaidaran namin ni Direk tsaka ni Mads, medyo kami okay na kami dyan, hindi na kami masyadong okay na yan. Pero pag yung kinakain namin, yun na lang din yun. Kayo ba, ganun ba yun? Madali magsawa ang mga kabataan ngayon?
Actually, yes. Mabilis magsawa in terms of parang gusto mo siya for now, tapos parang may flavor of the quarter ka or something. But then again, babalik ka rin after some time. For me, parang for example, ngayong mga yogurt ngayon, di ba bumalik sila?
Yeah.
So parang 2 years, 3 years ago, wala na. Tapos ngayon ulit, may resurfacing of yogurts, ganyan. So just like that, sa amin, sa business din, parang ginagawa na lang namin, ito muna, tapos mag-change kami ng konti, magre-renovate kami every now and then. Pero parang ganun pa rin yung team.
Wow, interesting. On the business perspective, Nico, syempre, to engage in something immersive and engaging and provide unique experiences, medyo hindi rin mahirap yun, di ba? Kumbaga parang itatap mo yung gusto ng market, either babaguhin mo, dadagdagan mo yung variety mo or experiences mo. Isn't that too taxing or too high an investment for entrepreneurs like you?
Ako, I believe na there's always opportunity on what is lacking currently. Right now, we really see na we're in an attention economy. With the availability of all this data and internet, talagang usually nalulunod ka na with information.
Tama.
So, we believe in this na parang we are coming into an age and time na everyone's being parang a freelancer. It's all about content.
Tama.
So, nakikita namin yung value na parang eventually, once people start parang detaching from these big brands and started to create a brand for themselves as an
Right.
individual.
Right.
Uso yan, lalo na ng pandemic, ang dami nagbibenta ng mga pandesal and stuff like that. It's the same thing with data consumption. How will you, as an individual, stand out with your content?
Right.
So we're really banking on that end na parang here what we're creating is a stage for you. Kung ano man yung brand mo, whatever your content is, you can do it here because you can attract the people. Again nga, we're in the attention economy. Paano ako mapapansin? Parang yung voice ko yung pakikinggan over all the other voices. So we're trying to come up ngayon, Gutopia, that's for kids. Bakeby para sa mga nagde-date. Separately from what usually, pag gagawa ka ng theme park, lahat nandun na, diba? It's so hard to manage your schedule and everything else. So we really tried hyper-localizing content. Na if you are into baking, dito ka. Gusto mo pang date, dito ka. Pang picture with the entire family, dito ka. So as
All
much as
in
possible.
one compound.
No, different.
Different areas.
Yes.
So yung
talagang-
pagkakaiba mo sa theme park.
Yun yung
sa theme
pagkakaiba
park,
natin.
parang andun na sila lahat. So ikaw, different areas yun.
Yes, kasi usually now, if you go to a theme park, that's gonna take your entire day. Just to
Exactly.
enjoy all of the rides.
Or you have to go back the following day pa.
Yes.
Diba?
Kung gusto ko date lang, I want to fill up 3 hours para makapag-date na kami, makapag-bonding na after. So gumagawa kami ng specialized locations for that. So parang doon natin sasaluhin. It's so hard to compete nowadays with theme parks. Imagine the budget it takes and kumbaga the maintenance of something that big. So we're starting small. Na hopefully makagawa rin kami ng theme park level. Pero right now we're really specializing on ano ba yung kailangan ng iba't ibang communities here in the Philippines.
Wow, interesting. This one, Regine, is nice. Sabi dito, it is quite unique to tap on the inner children among adults by having giant playground for them. In fact, it very much answers to the millennial motto. Alam mo yun, Regine. How did you identify opportunity or market gap that led you to start these fun concepts under the Nexperience group? So, kasi iniisip nyo rin, hindi lang bata, diba? Pati mga matatanda. So, ano yung ang market nyo ba, katulad nga ng sinabi ni Nico, hindi lang bata, pati yung isip bata, saka yung medyo matanda na talaga.
Yeah. Yung first, nag-start kami with Inflatable Island. So, that's in Subic.
Okay.
So, kasi mahilig kami
So, pag inflatable islands, pwede lahat yon, di ba?
Yeah. So, family, mahilig kasi kami mag-swimming, ganyan.
Okay.
So, ano ba yung nagagawa sa beach? Meron naboboard. Medyo naboboard na kami. So, after that, naisip naman namin, ang layo ng inflatable, so we can cater to everyone. So, what if maglagay tayo ng business sa Manila, tapos for family din. So, that's when Dessert Museum came about. Tapos, after naman yan, so ang napansin naman namin, ang nag-e-enjoy is more on yung mga millennials, may mga donut room, rainbow room, cotton candy room. So, we give free desserts. Dessert Museum is inside the mall. In Pasay, MOA.
So, meaning talaga, you can actually taste all the flavors there.
Yeah, you can go and you can
which
taste.
brands are these desserts?
Brand? We make it ourselves.
Oh, I see. Oo.
So, parang siyang maze actually. You start off with a giant
8 rooms
donut.
filled with dessert themed na designs, ganyan. So,
That's good for people who would love desserts talaga, di ba?
and pictures. It's very photogenic, our place.
I see. I'll go back to you, Nico. Maganda yung sinabi mo about attention experience. So, iba din yun, di ba? And then another term which you introduced, hyper-localized. These are already marketing strategies, di ba? Parang we are in the attention experience. So, what is it in your experience? How do you get attention? So ngayon ba ay nasa kulay ba yan to get attention? Nasa laki ba yan? Is it the size? Like the Philippine Arena? Or is it the color? Or is it the uniqueness of the story? Like Monday first screening?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? How do you get attention?
For me, I really think it's all about how curated you can make an experience be. Parang how unique, how will you stand out? Kasi nowadays, everyone is bored. Again nga, with all of this information, everything is already available and meron pa yung mga 4 kinds of it. So right now, I really think if you have something to offer na very unique, na parang hindi ko pa nagagawa yan sa TV ko lang nakikita yan if that is something na you can provide to the public, to the everyday one, na parang, wow, dati nung bata ako, pinapanood ko lang yung game show na may slime mahuhulog sa akin, kasama ang family ko. What we're doing is, why don't we come up with a business where they can do that? Hindi mo kailangan sumali sa contest, manalo, matalo. You have to go in, kasama mga kapatid mo, play a game, get slimed. So, where else can you do that? Dati, you have an entire set, meron ka pang gumagawa ng mga ganun stuff. Pero ito, pupunta ka lang sa isang store, paglabas mo, you have a full-on experience, you have a shirt, I got slimed, yung mga ganung experiences. So, I think as long as you have something unique, everyone will notice because everyone is bored.
With these kinds of experiences, syempre ang mga millennials, ang mga bata, ang mga parents din, yung iba talagang nag-iipon para dyan. Yung iba naman, the super rich or di ba, parang okay, they really save for annual trips abroad, di ba? Paano nyo pinoposition itong businesses ninyo na ito ba ay affordable ba sa middle class? What's your target market in terms of socioeconomic class?
Our target market is B, C.
So okay din. Parang pangmasa din. So, ibig sabihin, affordable din kasi middle class din yun, di ba?
Yeah.
But when you say B, medyo upper na yun. Medyo pricey na yun ng konti.
So, it's around mga 699 to 899.
Anong makukuha mo doon? So parang you get the experience of a lifetime, parang ganyan. Pero ang tanong ko naman, Nico, halimbawa, di ba parang sabihin nila, okay, di ba kino-curate din yung experience, di ba? When you go to a museum, for example, di ba? Parang sabi mo nga, you have to study the efforts, you have to study the interest, and then from time to time, you change it. Ito ba, Dessert Museum, Inflatable, Bake Big, Utopia, parang masasabi nyo na ba na, next experience lang ang meron yan? How unique are these concepts? Can you say that these are unique experiences and how do you compete, di ba, in the growing market for amusement parks? Kasi may mga, alam mo na, may mga nakita din tayo na iba. Pero how unique is it in your industry?
I see. On the side of the Experience Group, we really try to make a habit na we made Dessert Museum. We cannot create another museum tapos iba lang yung theme. As in, it's not about the design. What we really try to focus is ano yung bagong experience na mabibigay. Because we see a lot of this na parang we would do something and then parang a smaller versions of it would start popping out. Pero it's pretty much the same thing, iniba mo lang yung theme. Ang mangyayari niyan is parang magiging saturated masyado yung market eh. So that's one of the things we really try to avoid. If nagawa na natin yan, yung Gutopia experience for example, the next concept, it has to be completely unique. So parang dun tayo makikilala as an Experience Group. We're not doing the same thing, iba-iba lang yung theme. New experience every time. So hindi siya necessarily museum palagi or beach theme park palagi. Talagang we try to do the variety game.
As I see it, that's also a huge task. Kasi parang siyempre, nagma-market research ka dyan kung sino-sino mga kinakausap mo, bata, matanda, from A, B, C, even D, E, di ba? To connect with them. And yung pagpili nyo ng areas, Regine, critical din ba yun? Kunyari, sabi mo, you went to dati Subic, malayo. Critical din ba yun, yung pagpili nyo ng areas?
Yeah. Number 1 kasi, yung foot traffic, yun. Tas yung location, yung accessibility, dapat yun talaga kino-consider na namin. Parang, kunwari, kahit marami na na murang location, murang rent yung location. Pero tingin namin wala namang pupunta dyan because it's hard to go there. Or yung hindi siya pang family or hindi siya pang target market namin. Doon talaga importante yung location.
And do you have plans of expansion? Like, kunyari, sige, I'm sure kasi with the other CEO, millennials like you who are driving, business already, mas malikot ang isip nila, di ba? Parang, sige, ano kayang ilo-launch natin next month or next quarter.
Correct.
But ano yun? Parang how do you plan it? How often are you bored that you create another one?
Actually, yun nga, like what Regine said a while ago, we try to do a new concept every year. Pero right now, especially nag-start na makabawi from the pandemic, now we're focusing on, okay, there's enough brands already. Parang pa-franchise na natin. Parang that would be the next level. Parang hindi naman, Dessert Museum is only one place, it's in MOA. Paano naman yung mga brothers natin from the south? Sisters from the north? So we started to open this parang franchising model at the same time, still coming up with new concepts every year. Like for next month, we have a new concept coming out, more on the adult na. Pero imagine mo, dito may mga batting cages, crazy golf, all at the same time. Very experiential, very neon nirvana when it comes to the lights. So again, something explosive again for the Pinoys.
Wow, interesting. The way you say it now, parang it makes me want, to go to these places. All of us, di ba, parang we go to the different countries, di ba? Parang is there like say a bit of information or something that you have seen in some place? Parang kumbaga ano yung favorite na lugar mo sa ibang bansa na parang ay maganda ito sa Pilipinas Parang ganun. May adapt nga dito sa Pilipinas.
That's what we do. Pupunta kami sa ibang bansa. Tapos, uy, maganda to pero let's modify. Parang hindi naman kasi maganda kung gayahin. Usually, yung mga taste ng Filipinos, may sarili tayo. So, i-adapt namin siya dito.
Tama, sa kultura natin.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, ganun. So, we do that.
I'm sure with the way you serve now the customers, what's so far the feedback that you are getting from Filipinos? Parang gusto ba nila? The reason why you are going into this franchising model is that you now wanted to somehow give it to the other provinces, areas. And that's good for you also because franchising is also challenging because you have to maintain a specific quality, di ba, from the mother brand. Yun ba yung feedback nyo na kunyari, yung gusto rin ba na experience ng mga taga Luzon, yun din ba kaya yung sa Visayas and Mindanao?
Yes naman kasi, especially when we talk about mga provinces, usually to have an experience like that, they have to go all the way to Metro Manila pa. Parang, yes, there are malls already there, mga cafes na Instagrammable, sumisikat na, pero there is still that lack of. Ang maganda kasi is what we do with the price point. It's not cheap enough na para anyone can go, can just walk in and go. Parang we still want that standard na parang if I go there and I take a selfie, I am representing myself. Na parang, uy, nakalabas ako today. I was able to go to a museum, get into the arts. So parang yung hassle na yun to go all the way to Metro Manila to do that. So, ibig sabihin, there is this, kumbaga meron tayong gutom na mga provinces here in the Philippines na cannot put the trip on top of the entrance fee. So, with this franchise model, you can do that in your town. And ikaw pa lang yung may ganon. It's a very young industry, this experiential space. And that, I can tell, we already do our research. Sino ba yung mga usual rivals namin? Pero, really, right now, yun yung hinahanap ng lahat and yet konti pa lang yung gumagawa.
Anong areas ang medyo nagbigay ng fillers sa inyo, halimbawa?
Visayas and Mindanao.
Yeah.
There's actually a demand. Parang if tinignan mo yung TikTok namin, you'd see, sana dito rin kayo sa province namin, yung mga ganyan. But the thing, we want to, but the thing is, it's hard to manage it, especially if it's part, as we're already swamped here with the businesses. Ayaw naman namin expand, tas mapapabayaan.
So franchising model talaga is the best way to go. Okay. Now, speaking of business and as CFO, you are very young, you're investing, you're CFO. What are your considerations, Regine? And how do you feel as a young CFO na there are a lot of businesses, no? Pwede naman hindi experience, pwede ka na mag-stick lang sa food, pwede ka naman fashion, or ka naman cosmetics. Why this? Maybe you were influenced by Nico or other people, but why are you investing your money into amusement parks or theme parks or theme-like parks like this?
Personally, experiential, habang bata kami, yung ideas namin pwede pa mag-come to life. So since bata ka pa, marami ka pang naisip, nakaka-relate ka pa sa market. Of course, I will dwell into the food or yung mga mas business when I'm older. Pero right now, parang max it out.
Oh, kumaga what you like.
Yeah,
parang at the moment talaga, di
Yung
ba?
parang,
ATM.
right na wala pang
Grabe
limit
to.
yung imaginations namin eh.
wow.
So, execute.
We are the market
Yeah.
in a way.
I'm impressed. Na. In case of Bakeby, how important is the option of SLP, Smooth Love, Potion, crypto payment? O tulad niyan, gumagamit pa ng crypto. This is also something new for millennials, for, crypto naman ang pambayad. So, paano to? Ito ba, maiintindihan pa ba namin to? Baka mamaya mag-Bakeby kami, hindi na kami makalabas. Ano bang mangyayari dito?
Actually, during the pandemic, so it's all over the news, SLPs. So sabi namin, uy, since yung mga tao parang ang dami nila SLP, edi tapos sobrang nagva-viral siya. So gamitin natin siya parang not necessarily as the currency, but pwede siya pang marketing para, parang cool nitong brand na to alam nila agad yung SLP, mabilis sila.
So, perang pangbayad mo, parang
Yeah.
ganun, o kaya may makukuha kang reward.
Yeah, parang
naiintindihan ko yung direct.
Tapos parang makikita ng mga tao na innovative kami. Parang barter system na hindi yung usual. Kasi nung pandemic, anything goes na eh.
That's true.
Okay, interesting. How do you manage and forecast cash flow for a business like this, considering the potential seasonality or fluctuations in demand? Kasi di ba, iba-ibang months, iba-ibang demand yan. Kunyari, maaring malakas pag summer kasi bakasyon. Parang ano yung tinitingnan mo in terms of cash flow, in terms of trying to make sure na nare-recover mo din yung investment ninyo?
So we do it like ants. So,
dami ko natututunan dito. I'm in the wrong business Okay, what do ants do?
They save food for rain days, right? So, ganun din kami. So, pag good days namin, mina-maximize namin. Tapos, pag yung yung mga off-peak na, so, nagre-reduce kami ng cost, number one. So, yung mga employees, if pwede mag-work from home para reduce yung cost ng offices. Tapos, baka pwede kami may promos or mag-ganyan. So, yun yung mga ginagawa namin. Or we offer services na hindi namin usually ino-offer if we're on peak season.
Wow, interesting. So it's really a good combination of different strategies, diba? Okay, Nico, ito naman, I think you responded to this, yung competitive market, diba? Alam natin na parang with experiences, when you go to a mall, technically, even if you brand your place as an experience store, when you go to a store that offers technologies, there is also experience. So how do you compete with the same industry or other industries that offer experiences as well?
For really, that's where the design part comes in. How's it Instagrammable? How's it shareable? Is it something na pwedeng pagpilahan ng mga bata? So we really focus more on just the product. Kasi for us, products, they change eh. Parang themes lang yan eh. Kumbaga in a laptop, magkakaroon ng bagong model. Same with us, but we focus on the experience. So ngayon, there might be a donut room. Pero eventually, pwede yan maging halo-halo room eventually. So it's all about sprucing it up every chance you get.
So you can collab with other brands.
Yes.
So again, mixed strategies ulit. Kumbaga, I think we're in a time na parang the usual things that work isn't as perfect anymore. Right now, sinasabi sa amin back in the day, huwag kayo magpa-partner ng mga kaibigan, mag-aaway-away kayo. Pero we seem to have to be able to do it. Like, she's my wife na now. Ang partners namin are our best friends. And yet, it's working.
It worked.
I think it's because of the internet. Kumbaga, there's so many different factors. Pero we're at a time na you really have to start exploring, experimenting, and be bold in those moves.
Yeah, but considering what you mentioned, Nico, that is also tough. Kasi, di ba, there are even seminars, conferences, and a lot of topics talking about management of family-owned businesses, di ba? Parang sabi nila, okay, you have this. Di ba, parang kailangan maayos mo talaga yung protocol niyan, di ba? And there's a science to it as well, di ba? You cannot just assign someone, blah, 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 and then when you hire, di ba? So, sa inyo, maybe I'll ask Regine, ano yung success factor na yon na kahit na family business siya, ano yung secrets of success na ng family business na to?
Kasi kami, individuals with different set of skills. So, iba-iba yung talent na. Parang so, kunwari, pag ako finance, so ako yung bahala doon, tas siya, ganyan. So, parang hindi kami nagsasawsawan sa mga,
Yun.
kasi usually doon kayo
Right.
magagalit pag
That's right.
marami nagmamagaling.
Oo.
Ito kasi,
Ini-encroach na niya yung hindi
Yeah.
naman niya line of expertise.
ito parang nire-respect namin yung work skills, yung ano ng bawat isa.
What's your take on that, sir?
Ako, I agree. It's about the vibe of the people you're gonna be with. Are we all, kumbaga, united front ba tayo na ang goal natin is to create fun, explosive experiences? Because believe it or not, me and Reg, we came from the banking industry. We learned a lot of, kumbaga, mga corporate
Yes.
protocols there na
Yes.
na-apply rin namin in entrepreneurship.
Tama.
So it's really that mix na parang we also accepted that na hindi tayo mga normal people dito. We're slightly abnormal. Kumbaga, na
Not
parang
slightly, I think. Crazy
we
talaga.
gotta be crazy. Kumbaga.
With Open for Business, it's a show also for MSMEs, for new ideas, for startups. So, now that there's a lot of startups, even students, di ba, who want to embark in business, ano yung mga tips din ninyo on starting it? Halimbawa, maybe you can also consider financing, mga ganyan. So, ano ba yung mga tips pagdating sa financing or ideas na para yung mga millennials makapagsimula rin? Or yung iba naman, after pandemic, talagang wala na, parang nawala na ng pag-asa, di ba? Nung nawala na ng pag-asa because, di ba, parang nung una nga, parang everybody wants to go into the malls. Pero kung sining nasa mall, yun ang nawalan, di ba? And then everybody now who were outside the mall, those were the ones who really picked up, like logistics, mga, the different brands, yung hail riding, mga ganyan, di ba? So, sa inyo, ano yung mai-share ninyo sa mga small businesses, MSMEs, on maybe is the experience economy or experience offerings that like you have a way for them to grow as well?
I think so, yes. For me, if you want to venture into the experience economy, make sure na, una, ano ba yung offer mo na services, dapat talaga unique. So, kasi madami na saturated na yung market eh. So, you have to be unique. Tapos, you have to have the patience for it. Kasi, sometimes feeling mo sobrang cool nung idea mo, tapos hindi naman pala, ikaw lang natuwa sa idea mo. So, you have to be
So,
patient.
nagma-market test ka din. Like, kunyari,
Yes.
parang dapat hindi lang kayo natutuwa, di ba?
I mean, tatanong din namin, natutuwa ba kayo? Ganyan. Kasi sometimes baka kami lang yung nag-enjoy. So, dapat patient ka. So, pag sinabi sa'yo na hindi siya okay, parang you have to be open. Tapos, syempre, kailangan may budget ka pa para ulit-ulit mo magawa ng ma-perfect yung product mo until okay siya. Parang, that's for me.
Ako, for me naman siguro, just be bold with the ideas. Everyone just wants that piece of excitement eh. And of course, connect it to yourself rin kasi that is a product na papalakihin mo ng matagalan eh. So make sure you're able to relate to it. Na parang it represents a bit of you also. Para gaganahan ka palagi. Kasi yun usually yung mangyayari, parang ay, tinatamad na ako gawin. So we always find a way to keep it exciting. And just yun nga, be bold and get the people who will support that boldness. Yun talaga, when we started, there were a lot of naysayers rin na parang, ay parang imposible yan, ilalagay nyo sa water. Yung mga ganong mga stuff, di ba? Pero you just have to be persistent talaga and find the people who would believe in it. Sometimes, parang you just need that one person and that idea or that business will already flourish. Someone to support you lang. So always find the right people.
Get to this, something very personal now. I'll ask you, Regine, because we seldom guest a husband and wife team here in Open for Business. But in your case, how do you describe Nico? What are his qualities that makes you a better CFO? How do you describe him as an entrepreneur?
Well, he's a very good speaker. So, number one. So, siya yung sa amin kasi siya yung nagpi-PR. Tapos, so, sa galing niya magsalita, parang, uy, all of a sudden, meron na kaming sponsors, meron na kaming suppliers, or may mga, investors.
So, yung marketing expert, yung marketing guru.
So, parang, yung, like I said, parang yung focus ako dito sa finance, siya. So, nagagawa niya to without me having to, gawin mo to.
His, works.
So kusa siyang dumadating. So it's enjoyable.
What about you, Nico? What are the qualities of Regine that makes you a better CEO?
Nababatukan ako palagi. Just joking. Pero di ba ang sabi nga nila, who's better yet to hold your finances but your wife?
Correct.
Ako, I believe that
agree.
wholeheartedly as our CFO. So, kumbaga napipigilan niya rin minsan, I go a bit wild with ideas. Her being as my wife, sanay na yan. Parang, sobra ka na. Yes. Na parang, we have to think. Yes.
Very pragmatic.
And that's what's very good with Reggie. She's very strict when it comes to our spending, na parang, magagawa natin yan ngayon, pero wala na tayo in 3 months. So she really brings us back to reality na parang ito yung strategy.
Hindi lang sa reality, lupa.
Sa lupa. So for me, that challenges me rin na parang, okay, I need to find a way paano pull off to with her support. And at the same time, nasi-spread naman yung parang, for us being husband and wife, nasi-spread naman yung culture yun to our partners and to our employees. So I guess natutuwa naman sila on that end. And that makes me a better husband as well. Bantay sarado tayo.
This is very inspiring because during the pandemic, a lot of families relied on their own. Diba? Parang no one to talk to, no one to collaborate with, but they relied on their own support system. And in business, that kind of support system is very critical. Without the very solid support system of your network, you will fail. And I think that you are giving a very ideal situation and as role models of young entrepreneurs.
Our second Gutopia, currently the largest one, it's going to be in SM Fairview. By now, it's already open. So you can expect a lot of new games, not just from Gutopia 1, pero really strove na magkaroon ng mga unique experiences even in this second Gutopia. So I hope everyone will get to follow, people of the North especially, mga taga QC. You don't have to go all the way to MOA na to experience Gutopia.
Please come. So we just opened our new Gutopias. So please support it, like the way you supported the first one.
That is perfect. And also I'd like to thank, of course, Regine and Nico for also supporting Monday first screening, the first film produced by Net25 Films. This is a kind of experience of senior citizens, and this is going to be fun, and we hope that this will be also seen in different theaters. We'll do block screenings and road shows, not only here in the Philippines, but in parts of the world. Open for Business will be back. Stay with us. Wow, that was fun.
Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Welcome back to Open for Business. Here are the trending business news around the world. AI and big tech can help make early warning systems more effective. Big tech companies, as well as the power of artificial intelligence or AI, have a huge potential to be leveraged in effectively rolling out early warnings for all, as determined from the recent World Meteorological Congress. The World Meteorological Organization, or WMO, is heading an initiative to ensure that every person is protected by early warning systems within the next 5 years. 2 special dialogues were held during the Congress dedicated to mapping the strengths and potential contribution from the private sector to address the capacity gaps in early warning systems, especially for least developed countries and small developing island states. WMO Secretary General Professor Peteri Taalas confirmed that a growing number of big IT companies are interested in contributing to early warnings for all. He added that the challenge of natural and man-made disasters and anthropogenic climate change and water resource impacts need to be tackled as a joint initiative between the public and private sectors. Fight continues on for intellectual property rights. Anti-counterfeiting and anti-piracy continues to find ally with the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or IPO-PHL, as it continues its campaigns across LGUs and the academe. The Anti-Counterfeiting and Anti-Piracy Policy, or ACAPP campaigns, seek to deepen IP rights awareness. Since 2019, the Philippines has been excluded in the European Commission's IP watch list, which makes the country attractive to foreign investors, according to the IPO-PHL. IPO-PHL Director General Roel Barba said that its whole-of-nation approach to IP enforcement does not only empower the economic landscape, but translates to a prosperous and lasting relationship with critical trade partners such as the EU. And that's our news roundup. I am Randy Bernardino for Open for Business.
Open for Business is at the helm ease of doing business. According to President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., digitalization is no longer a mere option but already a mandatory requirement in the rendition of government services. But in achieving this, he is making sure that the government is not imposing undue burdens on the shoulders of fellow servants. During the 5th anniversary celebration of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, part of Marcos's message was about making sure that the ease of doing business law is not something that stakeholders should be worried about. Back in April, the President approved the creation of a single operating system for all government transactions to ensure that doing business in the country will be made faster and more convenient. The Department of Information and Communications Technology and the Anti-Red Tape Authority are now mapping the processes of various other agencies so they can integrate it into a single system. According to a report by the Philippine Information Agency, the President also directed the DICT and ARTA to assist the LGUs in adopting the business permits and licensing systems in all cities and municipalities, or BPLS system. The government is also counting the e-boss as a success. The system has allowed business registrations to be simpler and more convenient. As more LGUs and business owners try to comply with these changes, the government needs to extend its hand and exert more effort in ensuring that goals are being met. Katwiran ng Pangulo ang pagpapaikli ng mga pila, pagbawas sa mga hakbang at pagpapadali ng mga proseso ay tumitiyak na maaabot ng mga Pilipino ang kanilang mithiin. And our buzzword of the week is experience economy. It describes the new environment of customer focus where experiences are a fourth economic offering. That's from Ben Walmsley, Key Issues in the Arts and Entertainment Industry of Oxford. Now, more than ever, it has become essential to recognize the power and potential of the experience economy. By embracing this paradigm, we can unlock endless possibilities for innovation, differentiation, and customer satisfaction. Whether you're an entrepreneur aiming to elevate your offerings or an individual seeking extraordinary experiences, the experience economy lets you step into a realm where memories are cherished and life is enriched. Seeing the success of the Nexperience Group as example, The experience economy has definitely revolutionized the way we do business. In addition to goods, services, and commodities offerings, we now find that restaurants no longer just serve meals. They become exhibitions where diners are immersed in a multi-sensory culinary experiences. Retail stores up the ante as shoppers engage with products differently, especially with personalized services. Even the internet has a lot to offer in terms of experiences via interactive games. Businesses are realizing that people also value the intangible, the emotional connections, and the stories they can share with others, especially through social media. They seek out experiences that are authentic, transformative, and tailored to their individual needs. And with that, our quote for this week is, commodities are fungible, goods tangible, services intangible, and experiences memorable. That's from Joseph Pine II and James Gilmer of the Harvard Business Review. Thank you very much, Nico and Regine. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama ninyo sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us to on Facebook, YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto na naman sa isang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Are you looking where to invest? Paano mag-invest sa real estate na hindi kailangan ng malaking puhunan? Even in death, there are opportunities, business at that. We are going to speak with executives from St. John Memorial Park and Manila North Green Park to give us a wealth of knowledge and insights into buying crypts for future use as lasting tributes to our loved ones or as investments. Noong kasagsagan ng pandemya, marami ang nawalan ng mahal sa buhay at nabigla din sa gastusin lalo na sa pambayad sa pagpapalibing. Sa gabing ito, tatalakayin natin ang isa sa mga paksa na bihirang pag-usapan ngunit napapanahong paghandaan. Tonight, let's delve into the business of dying, that is preparing for a permanent lying state, whether for end use or investment opportunity. Please welcome Attorney Anton Bernardino, Legal Officer of SJMP or St. John Memorial Park, and Eric Pescador, the General Manager of MNGP or Manila North Green Park. Welcome to Open for Business po.
Thank you.
Thank
you for inviting us.
Yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, even before the preparations, for some people, this topic, this discussion is morbid, di ba?
Yes.
Hanggat maaari, hindi yun pinag-uusapan, pero as I mentioned in the introduction, dapat talagang paghandaan. Bakit morbid sa iba at bakit din talagang kailangan nating paghandaan? Let's start with Attorney Anton.
Yes. Because alam niyo naman po sa atin, sa mga Filipino, death, isa sa kinakatakutan na instances na mangyayari sa buhay natin. Pero this is inevitable. Talagang mangyayari at mangyayari, darating sa atin ang ating kamatayan. So dapat po ang gawin ng bawat isa sa atin ay huwag matakot. Kung hindi ito'y akapin at ito naman talaga yung mangyayari at ito'y dapat paghandaan para i-ready ang ating mga maiiwan na mahal sa buhay. Kung sakaling tayo mamaalam na dito sa ating mundo.
Well said, well said. How about you, Eric?
Sometimes it would vary dun sa naiisip ng tao. Ang tao kasi basically gusto nilang mag-invest for the future. And now, ganun na yung direction ngayon ng mga tao right now. Dati medyo nahihiya pang pag-usapan eh. Pero eventually, as mga nangyayari ngayon sa mundo, or even all over, na kailangan talagang pag-isipan, kailangan bigyan ng investment for the future.
Yeah, similar to a lot of instances where Filipinos or a lot of regular people do not want to go to the doctor kasi parang sabi nila, ayoko magpa-check up or magpa-doktor dahil malalaman ko ang sakit ko.
Yes.
So, dito naman, minsan hindi pinag-uusapan or hindi pinaghahandaan, pero ang nangyayari, yung pamilya naman na naiiwan ang kawawa. So, dalawa ang pinag-uusapan natin. Paghahanda para sa kahahantungan ng lahat. At yung isa naman, it's a tool for investment. A lot of people invest in areas in real estate, but hindi masyadong napag-uusapan ang real estate sa mga ganitong industriya. What's your take on that, Attorney Anton?
Yes. Like real estate, ang CRIP is also considered real estate. However, ang difference, pwede mo siyang i-compare sa insurance. Kumbaga, you will invest now, but it can be used in the future. For example, you can use it on your own once you passed away. Also, a family member can use it also, and you can also sell this to other persons. And the difference with real estate, wala siyang capital gains tax, exempted siya sa batas. There's an exemption in the tax code regarding this. Yes.
So in short, it's somehow cheaper.
Yes,
Kasi,
yes.
leaving out the taxes, you get your money on a bigger
You
sum.
invest a small amount of money in the future, you hold the property, then you can sell it in a high price when the time comes.
Pero ito ba, Eric, ay transferable?
Yes. Pwede rin gamitin yan ng mga family members as long as may authorization coming from the CRIP owner.
And then when you sell it, it can be that the rights is transferred to the new owner. So similar talaga to any real estate.
Yes, that's
Ang
correct.
pagkakaiba lang talaga ay, sabi nga ni attorney, walang tax.
Yes.
Walang
Tama
tax.
po. Okay. This is a very interesting date. The Philippine funeral services industry is highly fragmented with many small and medium-sized enterprises operating independently. According to a report by Ken Research, the industry is highly competitive with more than 90% of the market being served by SMEs. Kasi ang open for business, talagang ito ang isinusulong namin. Paano kikita ang mga SMEs at paano lalago ang kanilang negosyo. So ito po ba ay talagang ganon? Ano ang pag sinabi mong highly fragmented with many MSMEs operating independently? So yung iba po, di ba, may mga associations. So is this good for the industry or do you also have some sort of an association po?
Okay, just to answer yung question nyo, pwede pong bumili individually, there's a group, and also may cooperative na involved din. So we have clients from Manila North Green Park na may cooperative just to attend dun sa mga members nila in times of need for a burial or for a crypt. Then same with a group selling, minsan ginagawa nilang benefit to sa kanilang mga employees.
I see. Interesting. Another data here, according to a report by Research and Markets, the death care market in the Philippines is expected to grow at a CAGR of around 7% between 2020 and 2025, driven by factors such as aging population, increasing awareness about the importance of pre-planning for funerals and memorial services, and rising disposable income. So, kahit na morbid sa iba ito, dahil madalas natin pag-uusapan ang healthcare, madalang natin pag-usapan ang death care. So, lumalabas, magandang negosyo din po ito.
Yes po, maganda siya ngayon. Kasi the recent events na nangyari, marami naging casualty. So marami po dyan na yung wala silang investment dito, hindi nila alam to, kumbaga nahirapan silang maghanap ng mga paglalagakan ng kanilang kapamilya na nawala during the pandemic. So yun po, maraming nagkaroon ng opportunity na ibenta yung kanilang yung mga nag-invest na una sa CRIP, na ibenta nila ng mas mahal yung kanilang mga in-invest before the pandemic.
Sabi nga ni Attorney Anton, talagang napag-uusapan lagi ang pandemic kasi the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact, di ba, on the funeral industry in the Philippines.
Yes.
So, ito ba ay nakikita ninyo na nag-iba rin ba ang industriyang ito? Because of course, with the many health and safety protocols, how has the industry changed?
Actually, the industry evolves during the time ng pandemic. For us sa Manila North Green Park, for the past 3 years, there's a significant growth in terms of customers, clients, and those who want to acquire crypts from us. Then basically, makikita natin talaga na ang tao ay aware na and cautious na pagdating sa ganitong investment. So dalawa kasi ang sinusulong ng pagbili ng crypts. So crypts basically ang product namin is bone and coffin. So ang types naman po niyan ay at need at pre-need. Pag sinabi pong at need, ito po yung mga taong may urgency bumili. Hindi ho sila nag-invest. Parang pumunta po sila sa office at mayroon silang namatay na family member, then ganun kabilis po yung gusto nilang mangyari para magkaroon ng interment schedule, para mailibing yung family member nila. Yung mga instances na ganyan, medyo sabihin na natin toxic for a family because may emotional stress yan.
Yes.
So, unlike
emotional and financial din minsan.
Yes, that's correct. Pero pagdating ng pag nag-pre-need ka, there's a planning na mangyayari kasi sinisecure mo na yung mangyayari in any eventuality. So, parang naging investment, pero kung may time na pwede mo na siyang ibenta rin, or pwede mo rin siyang ipagamit sa mga family member. Sa amin, we are recommending na magkaroon ng pre-need selling rather than yung at need. Pero sabi nga natin, hindi natin mapipredict yung gusto ng tao.
Pero just a follow-up question on that. Between need and pre-need, ano ang mas mura doon? Saan ka mas makakamura?
Mas mura siya pag pre-need. Kasi pag at need, bibili mo na siya at a higher price. So, sabi nga ni attorney, if you buy a crypt o yung product namin 20 years ago, you bought it at a cheaper price. Then as it moves 20 years from now, you can sell it at taga-appreciate yung value niya.
And you are not pressured to pay if it's pre-need.
Yes.
So if it's a need, sometimes because of your financial concerns, talagang yung iba nangungutang, humihingi ng tulong sa mga kamag-anak. So mahirap yun. So pati yung paghahanda mo sa gusto mong sa service, kasi ang alam ko dyan, magkakaiba ng service, depende sa tulong na maibibigay sa'yo. So if it is only on this amount, you can only get this type of service. Tama po?
Yes,
Tama.
yes.
Okay. Attorney Anton, balikan ko po kayo. So, marami naman na ganyan. Halimbawa, tulad po ninyo, magkaibang lugar. So, can you talk now, ano ba ang pagkakaiba ng mga lugar na ito? Halimbawa, kung sa inyo ako kukuha at sa kanila ako kukuha. Like say, any typical product, di ba? There are features and benefits. Ganyan. So, is it parang real estate din ba ito na, depende sa location. Kasi tamang-tama, kapag akin yan, malapit lang ang mall. So kung dalawa ko, nandyan lang ang mall, pwede na yun.
Accessibility.
So, So, can you talk more of, maybe let's start with you po on your area, and that is
St. John Memorial Park.
St. John.
The difference between our cemeteries is that St. John's Memorial Park is situated on top of San Juan Public Cemetery. It is built on stilts. So condo type po siya na nasa ibabaw po ng public cemetery. Yung foot traffic, maluwag po, madali pong puntahan, saka affordable po yung price. Tapos ang types po ng products ng SJMP are bone and coffin crypts. Sa bone crypts naman po, dalawa rin ang type. Isang yung regular bone crypt, saka yung estate crypt. Regular bone crypt, kaya niyang iano ang dalawang pangalan. Doon sa estate crypt naman is 8 pangalan ang kayang ipasok doon. Pangalan I mean is tao, buto. So, ayun po, saka mas maraming pwedeng ilagay na family members, if ever. Also, you can use this as an investment kung may sobrang extra pera. Pwede siyang investment. Kamukha po nung sinasabi namin kanina, para siyang insurance. Yung pag pre-need, bibilin mo siya sa mas murang halaga at maibebenta mo siya in the future on a higher price. So, hindi naman bumababa ang real property. Tumataas ang value niyan, alam naman natin lahat.
Very similar po talaga siya sa real estate na parang di ba sabi nila lahat bababa maliban lang sa lupa, sa property, bahay bumababa, condo bumababa, ginigiba. Pero ito, pataas ng pataas po. So, like say for example, lumalabas, hindi siya morbid ngayon kasi investor ako gusto ko mag-invest. Marami akong bibilin na memorial slots dyan, okay lang din because I can sell it. Yan. Sa inyo naman po, how different is Manila North Green Park?
After Manila North Green Park, na-develop siya way back 2004. Ang nagmamanage right now dyan, CHC Development Consortium, Inc. This is in joint venture with the Manila LGU. Ang MNGP naman, caters also, same with the SJMP na meron kaming bone crypt, meron kaming coffin crypt. Ang difference lang namin, we have a mausoleum. So we cater on ABC market. So, ibig sabihin, kung gusto ng family, more secured, isolated, and lahat ng family members nakalagay lang sa isang lugar, purchase sila ng mausoleo. But yung iba naman, sometimes they do business. Sabi nga nila, nag-i-invest po sila. Even yung mga sales force po namin, ginagawa na rin nilang bread and butter ang pagbenta ng crypts. So they buy it at a cheaper price and they sell it dun sa may markup price na sila. So meaning, nag-a-appreciate yung value. So for Manila North Green Park naman, as I mentioned, we offer services na mura siya, basically, affordable. Dahil we partnered with the Manila LGU. And also we cater to nearby areas like Caloocan, like Navotas. Meron din kami mga clients coming from those locations. Sa part naman ng Green Park, is eventually we just develop yung people inside, how they manage to help us in terms of introducing it through referrals. Kasi minsan mga family members lang naman, meron na akong crypt dito. Then they introduce it sa mga kamag-anak nila. Then through our agents, sila po yung naglalakad ng mga documentation, sila yung nag-a-assist, sila na rin po yung nag-a-arrange ng sales pagdating sa crypts po.
Wow, interesting. Now, Attorney Anton, coming from the statement of Sir Eric, sinabi niya, alimbawa sa Manila North Green Park, there are services or areas like the mausoleum where it is catered for the ABC market. Ganon din po ba talaga sa industriya ninyo na talagang merong specific profile din ang mga customer natin na siyempre may ABCDE dyan, di ba?
Yes.
Parang yung offerings ninyo nakatugma din doon sa socio-demographic nung pipili. So, how do you make that differentiation and how do you develop that market?
Yes, there's a difference. Because sa amin, sa SJMP, we target low income and middle income earners. So, depende po dun sa type of creep na kukunin nila. Iba-iba naman po ang presyo niyan. So, merong mas mura, may mas mahal ng konti. And also, we have a joint venture with the City of San Juan. So, affordable yung price na ino-offer namin sa public. So, kung gusto nilang kumuha, they can just come to the office and talk with our representative para maano nila yung price, kung ano yung preferred nilang option. So, yun po ang ng SJMP.
What I noticed that the strategy that you are doing is also tapping the LGUs. What's the advantage of that when you tap the LGU? Kasi ang LGU talaga merong sarili siyang, 'di ba, parang in a lot of areas there's public cemeteries, but now this is a private initiative, but somehow there's partnership with LGUs. What's the advantage of having that partnership with the LGU?
Kasi right now, they're having a hard time in terms of yung number of deaths and yung location pagdating sa paglilibing ng mga family members. So, sabihin na natin, they have a public cemetery that caters to their constituents. Pero eventually, nagkukulang na yan because ga-accumulate yung mga nag-a-avail. Now, the joint venture would eventually help the LGUs to parang i-relieve sila. Gagawa namin, i-develop namin yung cemetery, semi-private cemetery niya. For them na hindi na sila mamomroblema kung sino magmamanage doon. Eventually, kami na nga, CHC Development and for Manila North Green Park. Then, at the same time, merong share ang LGU.
So may kita din sila.
Doon sa dinevelop na cemetery. And by the way, this is the first in the Philippines na condominium type na crypts or cemetery na dinevelop dito sa Philippines. So
bakit po
SJMP,
bakit po na-develop ng ganon? Kasi siyempre tayo, 'di ba, direct gusto natin sa condo. May ibang kondong usapan ito. So, is that the trend or sabi nyo nga, this is the first condo type in the Philippines and a lot of people, is it maybe because of the limitation of space or is it something, is it a trend that's going more convenient? How different is a condo type?
actually it's patterned sa Canada, yung pag-develop ng condominium type. Part of which is nabanggit mo nga, it's convenience in terms of space, and it is located and situated at an area which is accessible to people na hindi na katulad ng sabihin na natin, if you avail a lone lot, masyadong malawak yung sitwasyon. You have to ride or sometimes you need a car to visit your loved ones. Ito kasi naka-building type na siya. So may mga levels na yan. And eventually, very convenient pag pinuta mo. Sabi mo nga, parang condominium. You just check kung saan yung location ng family member mo, kung saan siya nakalibing. Then, nakita naman namin yung acceptance dun sa ganong model. So basically, we are already at a 60-70% na sales pag-acquire ng mga tao within the area of Manila.
Attorney?
One of the advantages din is because the Memorial Park is situated in Metro Manila. We know naman na overpopulated na ang Metro Manila.
Tama.
So limited ang space. So we built the Memorial Park in a limited area but catered to many people.
So
na-maximize yung space. Yes.
Okay. Attorney Anton, dahil nga medyo hindi pinag-uusapan, hindi lahat na paghahandaan, di ba?
Yes po.
So, parang parang itong topic na to, this is maybe the first episode of Open for Business that we talk about death care or always talking about healthcare here. So, mahirap din po bang magbenta or mag-business ng ganitong uri? Because I'm sure there's a lot of investors and there's a lot of startups, even families who are watching now. Gaano po ba kahirap or kadali magnegosyo sa ganitong uri ng industriya?
In the past, mahirap siya kasi talagang ang tao is talagang ayaw pag-usapan niya kamatayan kasi nakakatakot naman talaga. Pero ngayon, I think mas open-minded na ang mga tao. Kasi nakita rin naman yung mga situation na pag namatay yung isang tao na wala siyang investment na ganito, sobrang nahihirapan yung pamilya maghanap kung saan ilalagak at mas mahal ang presyo. So ngayon, lalo na yung mga
sa CDE class, di ba? Yung walang-wala talaga.
Yes, ngayon may affordable na. Ito kasi is condo type, maliit lang yung space, and mas mura, affordable siya. Hindi siya kamukha ng mga talagang mausoleo. Nakaka-afford lang is yung mga high-income earners or middle class. Ngayon, mas medyo naging open na. Saka lalo na nung yun nga yung crisis na nangyari sa atin noong nakaraan, na biglaan ang daming nasawi. And ngayon, nag-iisip na ang tao na dapat mag-ready at yakapin na lang talaga. At inevitable naman talaga ang death.
Tapos, ang napansin din namin, Eric, somehow there's a difference now into how people look at death and death care. Halimbawa, may kamag-anak na marami na sa abroad, so hindi na makapunta. Ngayon, may demands for yung online ba yun? Online viewing, mga ganyan. So, iba-ibang klase yun. So, how do you now describe the changing in terms of customer behavior din? May napansin ba kayo? Katulad nga, sabi ni Attorney Anton, medyo nagising ang mga tao na, teka, anytime, kahit sino, mayaman, mahirap. Ayun, pwede. So, what are your observations in terms of how people now view death?
Actually, even millennials right now are investing.
Tama. Oo, pati nga sa arts, pati sa paintings, di ba?
Kasi ang Filipinos is very traditional. They would spend much for their loved ones, especially maski anong level pa niya sa buhay.
Correct, oo.
Sabi ko nga, may growth rate tayo. For the past 3-4 years that I've been reviewing yung growth rate ng mga ganitong business, we average around 10 to 20% growth rate. Ibig sabihin, marami nang nag-acquire ng ganitong type of business. And to mention, we have records to show that pati mga millennials nag-i-invest rin. Mga galing BPO centers na sabi nila, just to secure ourselves for the future, and at the same time, meron namang iba for business purposes.
Wow. Sa mga bumibili sa inyo, Attorney Anton, sinabi ni Sir Eric, mga millennials, sa inyo po, saan nanggagaling yung market? Iba-iba rin ba? Saan pinakamalaki in terms of, sabihin natin, socio-demographics or anong industriya? Nabanggit din nila, BPOs. Pero sa inyo, sa CDE market, diba? Kasi mas yun ang kinikater ninyo.
Yes.
Aging kasing population din natin, so marami. Pero yung mga naghahanda sa karanasan po ninyo?
Actually, marami na rin mga typical workers, marami nang talagang nag-i-invest. Kasi nga, it's better to be ready than sorry. So, yun nga, based on the experience in the past, namulat na ngayon ng mga tao. So, actually, nag-i-invest na rin talaga ang mga tao ngayon, lalo na dito. Pinaghahandaan na nila yung kanilang huling sandali sa mundo.
Ano po ang, Attorney Anton, ano ang proseso? Kunyari ako, I just want to invest. So, ano ang proseso ko pagbili? Pag mag-invest. Kasi di ba in the experiences of other people with real estate, siyempre maraming dokumento yan, dami mong pipirmahan. Di ba katakot-takot, pati sa bangko, ilang years to pay, mga ganyan. Parang insurance din. Oh, so, can you walk me through the process of investing?
Actually, pwede kang kumontak sa telephone number or sa Facebook namin. Also, pag pumunta ka sa office, you will be given the brochure. Pipili ka doon, nandun naman yung price. Then after mo makapili sa options, may option to pay it in cash and pay it in terms. Yun.
Mamimili ka din kung may bangko o meron na kayo o para
meron ng in-house cashiers to accommodate. Eventually, when you visit the park, for example, meron kaming officer of the day. Those officers of the day, yun yung mga top agents namin that will help you in terms of for you to buy a crib within Manila North Green Park or SJMP. Ngayon, paano nila gagawin yun? They just visit the park, they will be introduced kung ano yung mga necessary requirements na kailangan nila, IDs, etc. Then, once paid, pwedeng through spot cash or pwedeng through terms, pero kung spot cash, eventually issue na sila ng certificate of ownership. Now, kapangalan na sa kanila yung crib. So, anytime pwede nilang gamitin. Nangyayari po yan dun sa pre-need selling. Mga at-need, maraming proseso pa yan. So, kailangan mo pang i-secure mga permits sa City Hall.
So, dito hindi na?
Hindi na.
Wala na.
Investment mode na agad yung process. Alam ba, gusto kong bumili, sasabihin ko lang, itutour ka ng agent, o ito yung mga locations na bakante, merong certain eye levels, depende po yan sa mapipili ng kliyente. So, the better yung level, may konting premium yung price doon. Kasi ang mga top levels, usually, kami hanggang 20 levels yan eh. So, 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, 16 to 20. Siyempre, kung bibili ka ng nasa 20, medyo okay yung price, affordable. Pero kung eye level lang, between 2, 3, 4, meaning 2, 3, 4, medyo may premium price po yun. So, ganun ang ginagawa. Same with real estate, itutour din nila. Papakita
so, may
nila
viewing
yung...
din.
May viewing din.
Okay lang, papasok.
Hindi na
kailangan. Silipin mo
kasi
na lang.
baka i-seal na sila ng granite.
Sige.
Also, in pag-dispose naman, mabilis din. Hindi siya kamukha ng
yung transfer of rights, mga ganyan. So maraming
you
din
go to
yun.
the office, give the requirements. Ganun lang din
So mas
yun.
madali.
Mas madali siya.
I see. Wow. Very interesting. Ngayon, may tanong din dito, ano ang pinakamabili o popular na klase ng memorial slot? At bakit kaya ito ang pinakamabili?
Sa SJMP is bone coffin kasi mas mura siya and mas maraming pwedeng mailagay.
I see. In your case, sir?
Sa amin lahat actually, coffin crypt din kasi may line of sales din yan kasi after 5 years, pwede na silang bumili ng bone crypt kasi ita-transfer nila yung buto to a bone crypt. So may dalawang investment mode yan. So nagko-complement pareho yan. Then meron kami mausoleo for the A market. Not necessarily A market, yung mga families na gusto lang nilang nakasecure lahat ng members nila. We should say na lahat naman nakikater ng Manila North Green Park for all the needs ng families.
Wow, interesting. So, ito po ba, alam ba, yung mga cemeteries po ninyo, parang ano din ba yun, kasama sa investments yung maintenance? Kasi di ba like say, real estate, sige, binili mo na yan. Pagkatapos nun, tergo, iiwanan mo na yan, di ba? Hayaan mo, maghintay ka ng ilang taon, para babalikan mo na lang, uy, pwede ko nang ibenta, mataas na. So, how do you describe the maintenance, the operations management? Kumbaga like in a property, di ba, there are property management offices. And ganyan. Sa inyo po, paano nyo?
Yes, ganoon din naman. May administrator dyan. So, sila din yung may maintenance group yan. Saka may security din, 24/7. May security yan. So, safe na safe naman yung property.
Na anytime, pwede mong dalawin yung property mo.
Yes.
Okay.
Same din naman. We have a 24/7 security. We have sweepers, we have maintenance crew, we have interment crews para every time na gusto mong bisitahin yung loved ones mo, they can easily help you in terms of locating the area or the crypt. So, available po yan sa loob ng businesses namin, and at the same time, yung office and sales and marketing namin is open from Monday to Saturday, 8 to 5. Then, ang libing po namin eventually, from Tuesday hanggang Sunday. Monday lang kami walang interment schedules para naman siyempre yung mga tao to give time naman sa mga families nila.
Somehow, you make this industry very lively. Ngayon, isa itong tanong, Attorney Anton, na alam naman natin, ayaw natin na, siyempre, iwanan pa tayo ng ating mga kasama sa buhay. Pero may tanong na, what are your future plans in expanding your business? So, ano ito? Would you want to eventually partner eventually with other LGUs, mga ganyan? Ano yung plano nyo to expand the business?
Yes, currently the management is talking with different LGUs regarding the possibility of having a joint venture with them to erect memorial parks like SJMP and MNGP.
Kayo pa?
Same din. The board eventually is communicating with top LGUs. Sometimes may mga subject for negotiation. Same model din yung same technology din yung ino-offer para at least to complement yung needs ng bawat LGU in terms of burial.
Initially, I thought that this is a morbid discussion, but somehow it made me realize that I really need one now. And I encourage, of course, our viewers, if you are students, there are students who are investing already, and families, as our guests mentioned, if you love your loved ones, it's a way for us to think of the future, and also for those who will be left behind, it's easier for them. Ano po yung mensahe ninyo sa mga nanonood? Gaano ka-importante ang paghahanda para sa memorial slots that you can use or as an investment?
Okay. Mga kababayan, ang kamatayan ay walang pinipiling edad. So, it's better to invest now than to be not prepared when the time comes. And also, dun sa may mga extra pera, maganda rin po siyang investment because like insurance, you can afford it in a lower price and you can sell it in a higher price in the future. So, ganun po.
At saan po kayo mahanap, Attorney Anton?
Sa San Juan Memorial Park po, sa San Juan City, Metro Manila. You can also contact us in our telephone number as flash in the screen and on our Facebook page.
Okay, and your message po?
Okay, Manila North Green Park is located at Blooming Street, corner A. Bonifacio in Manila. So, meron din kaming Facebook page, Manila North Green Park. And you could visit us anytime. We have officers of the day that will help you in terms of accommodating yung needs nyo for your loved ones. You could either buy through investment or you could either buy for the future. So, we're not saying that hindi nyo to kailangan, pero eventually, kailangan nyo to. So, that's all.
Parang nung sinabi ni Sir Eric na you can visit us anytime, parang medyo nakakatakot no? Parang
parang nasa condominium lang.
Parang dinig ko, parang you can die anytime. Ganyan eh. But thank you very much to our guests. Thank you to the legal officer of SJMP, Attorney Anton Bernardino, and also to the general manager of MNGP, Sir Eric Pescador, at maraming salamat dahil ito ang kauna-unahang pagkakataon para mapag-usapan natin ng bahagya ang mga bagay na ito dahil as you mentioned, during the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of the Filipinos, not only Filipinos, but people around the world who experienced that. And this is a way also for us to educate families and our countrymen on the importance of thinking of the future. And I hope that you will continue to prosper, not necessarily for end use, but for investment, because this is a very interesting tool, an investment for people who wanted to grow their money. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Open for Business. Here are the trending business news around the world. Philippines on its way to becoming an upper middle income country. As the Philippines continues with its recovery and economic reforms, it is well on track to upgrading its status to upper middle income country in the near short term, according to the World Bank. Currently, the country's status is that of lower middle income with a gross national income per capita at $3,640 recorded in 2021. A country in the upper middle income status has to generate a GNI per capita of $4,256 to $13,205. Pag-ibig Fund finances nearly 3,000 homes in first quarter. The government's Socialized Housing Fund agency financed 2,968 homes for minimum wage earners and low-income members during the first quarter of 2023, according to Pag-ibig Fund executives. Under the fund's Affordable Housing Program, or AHP, qualified borrowers can get a subsidized rate of 3% per annum for a house amounting to 580,000 pesos for socialized subdivision projects and up to 750,000 pesos for socialized condominium projects. Monthly payment for a socialized housing unit costs as low as 2,445 pesos and 30 centavos, much cheaper than most rental fees in most parts of the Philippines. Consumers buying less non-essential items, PwC reports. Consumers in the country spend less on non-essential items due to uncertainties in the Philippine economy, said PwC in its February 2023 Global Consumer Insights Pulse survey. According to the survey, 80% of respondents cut spending on non-essentials, with 16% stopping altogether and 64% reducing their spending. The report also noted that 61% of the consumers surveyed will only make purchases when items are discounted, 53% will buy from retailers offering better value, and 47% will switch to cheaper brands. It was also noted that 53% of respondents worry about their personal financial situation as the cost of living continues to increase. That's our news roundup. I am Randy Bernardino for Open for Business.
Open for Business is at the helm. Digital wallets in 2023. Are digital wallets safe or are they vulnerable to cybercrime? Yes and yes. Millions of Filipinos have adopted the use of digital wallets or e-wallets. A digital wallet is defined as a financial transaction application that runs on any connected device. GCash, for example, has more than 80 million users as of May 2023, while PayMaya has more than 47 million as of last year. Early in May, GCash was reportedly hacked by cybercriminals and was inaccessible for hours. Reports say suspicious transactions amounted to 37 million pesos and were transferred to only 2 bank accounts. Nilinaw ng GCash na walang pera at nai-adjust ang account balance ng mga users sa mismong araw rin na nangyari ang insidente. Netizens have since raised concerns about the safety of digital wallets. Now, here are some tips to protect your e-wallet according to the cybersecurity company. First, lock your phone with the security options it offers. Second, monitor credit card and bank account activity. Third, install security apps that also provide location services in case your phone gets lost or stolen. The wider use of digital wallets is the way to move forward. Asian countries like China, Thailand, and Indonesia have embraced the use of e-wallets, and the Philippines is catching up. Digital wallets eliminate the need to carry physical cards or cash, give more control in terms of tracking expenses, improve access to financial services, and are cost-effective. It is therefore the job of these companies to make sure that the apps are secure and protected against cybercrime. Open for Business visited the biggest conference of its kind tackling Internet of Things or IoT, where innovation and connectivity converge to shape our interconnected future. Together with its organizer, Packetworks, a leading provider of the IoT network architecture and a social enterprise, we took a deeper dive into the limitless possibilities and transformative power of this rapidly evolving technological landscape. The Internet of Things is in itself a revolution as it fuses the physical and digital worlds and radically changing the way we interact with our surroundings. With the proliferation of interconnected devices, smart sensors, and advanced analytics, we are now witnessing a better way of doing things, leading to more convenience and efficiency. IoT has truly advanced our way of life, from having smart homes and cities to industrial automation, healthcare, transportation, and more. Is the Philippines ready for IoT? Is it?
I would say yes. From the turnout on this conference, the Philippines is ready for IoT. And actually, the talks that we're having, the presentations and the talks that we're having at the conference is all about the government and local companies implementing IoT in their own company. So local use cases. So I would say that IoT has landed in the Philippines and is being implemented across the different industries. IoT has the potential to change the very way we live, the same way that electricity has changed the way we live, and the same way that the internet has changed the way we live, right? So in terms of top use cases for IoT, the biggest adoption of IoT that I can see for the Philippines is in the utilities. Smart water meter, smart power meter. This is being adopted right now. Just today, the most recent speakers come from the utility companies. Instead of sending meter readers to manually read the meters at your own homes, the meters themselves send the data to the cloud. So they don't have to send people to the meters anymore to read it. So that's one big thing that I see being adopted and can be seen by households. A common misconception is IoT is about smart homes. You know, this is okay because it's easy to market that, but the actual early adopters of the technology are actually the enterprises. The enterprises has the scale to adopt a new technology like this. They have the resources to do this, and they're the ones that can benefit the most. Because if you can increase your efficiency and save even 10%, that's a big, 10% on your cost, on your overall cost means 10% on your bottom line. Additional 10% on your bottom line. So enterprises are very keen in adopting digital transformation, and IoT is part and parcel of that.
What's your outlook on digitalization? And it's good that it's the enterprise that are the early adopters because, as you said, they have the scale and they have all the resources. So what's your insight on this digitalization?
The end of paper bills is very near. When you subscribe to Globe and Smart telecommunications, right? you have the option to not receive paper bills anymore, to receive it in your email. Unfortunately, the government is still requiring the utility companies to send paper bills. But I think it's being talked about to send paperless billing already. So that's happening. Digital transformation is technology in general is being adopted at a faster and faster rate. And with the advent of, for example, AI, AI is the next big thing. All of these things, digital transformation, AI, all of these technologies require data. Right now, the sources of data that these AI and analytics are using come from the digital realm. Data that we volunteer ourselves when we browse the internet, when we do our emails, we volunteer our behavior. And our data, yes. So these are being utilized by the enterprises for good or bad. It's being utilized. IoT brings the physical world to the digital world. Instead of just digital data, IoT brings physical data to the cloud. So I would say that about siguro 30%, 20-30% of the data is digital. There's still 70-80% of the data that is still physical. And this is your power meter bill, your water meter bill, your door sensor at your house, how many people are coming in and out of different industries and different stores and stuff like that. All of these are physical data. And IoT is the technology that brings that data to the cloud.
So Packetworks, we are a social enterprise, and for us, our mission is to accelerate the adoption of IoT. So to accelerate the adoption of IoT, what we do is we develop the ecosystem. We bring in academe, the DICT, the LGUs, and also the developers organization. So we form them, we give them, through our partnerships with them, we provide them free hardware developer kits, and also free course on IoT. Aside from that, we go around the different campuses to be able to accelerate and promote awareness of IoT. So as part of our mission, we believe that we need an ecosystem for this technology to prosper or to flourish. So with the partnerships that we do with the organizations that I mentioned a while ago, we believe we'll be able to accelerate the adoption of IoT in the Philippines.
PH is in the IoT platform side of things. So our platform is our flagship product, and it works with any IoT sensors like what we have here, Packetworks sensors and other sensors here in the conference works with our platform. So the end customers, the enterprises, can see a unified dashboard showing all of the data coming from their factories, their buildings, their workplace, even government agencies. We have the platform for all of them. We are an aggregator of technology, so definitely our product, which is the platform that unifies all the data, I think our role is very critical. It's crucial because at the end of the day, IoT delivers data. Now, what do you do with data is what will be critical for the organization. If you can't utilize that data, then that's a loss of investment, right? So what we do is to make sure that the data is being utilized properly, it creates business impacts, it really make their operations more efficient, we reduce risk in their critical processes, and then we enhance customer experience to their own customers.
Great insights from this conference into living in the future with IoT. The latest trends, challenges, and breakthroughs are truly worth highlighting as we examine its impact on society, businesses, and our everyday lives. From exploring the implications of edge computing and artificial intelligence in IoT to understanding the critical importance of data security and privacy, this conference left no stone unturned in its pursuit of knowledge and entertainment. As we embark on the exponential growth of interconnected lives, let us embrace the opportunity presented by IoT while being mindful of the ethical considerations and responsibility that accompany this technological revolution. Together, we can pave the way for a future where connected devices seamlessly collaborate to create safer, more sustainable, and efficient ecosystems for generations to come. And our biz word of the week is pre-need. It refers to funeral arrangements made in advance of need that include decisions about the type of services, merchandise, and final disposition. That came from the National Funeral Directors Association, or NFDA. The business of selling memorial slots is an important industry as it provides families with a lasting tribute to their loved ones, as well as an opportunity to grow their real estate portfolio. We may find it morbid to think about, but it's a necessary preparation to do so. Also, while profitability is a primary consideration for any business, it is equally important to remember the significance of providing a quality service to families during a difficult time. Just like any purchases, it's important to work with a reputable provider who can offer guidance and support throughout the process of securing memorial slots. Pre-planning and selecting the right memorial slot is crucial. This way, families can ensure that their loved ones are honored and remembered in a meaningful way. With an increasing demand for pre-need memorial slots in the country, there is an opportunity for businesses to provide high-quality services and innovative solutions to meet the diverse needs of customers. Thank you very much to our guests from SJMP and MNGP. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isa na namang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us on Facebook, on YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Stage fright, big crowd. These are just some of the factors that make a person retreat from being on stage to speak publicly. But do you know that public speaking can boost your credibility as a personal brand? We learned from the master public speaker himself, Mr. Mitch Carson, CEO of Impact Products Marketing, on how you can grow your business through public speaking, branding, and more. As entrepreneurs, you may be busy with plans on how to grow your business or achieving your sales. While you may have the price, product, place, and promotions all planned, the manner on how you carry out your business or yourself is on the sidelines. The way you present yourself is a major factor on how your clients and business partners trust you. Even the level of confidence shown when presenting your ideas or products can either make or break deals. This is why learning how to speak in public can do wonders to your business growth. We have a master public speaker on this episode who will give us insights on this important aspect. He's done the rounds in the international stage, speaking in engagements or being a mentor to over 600 authors, CEOs, consultants, and others, some of whom have progressed to become celebrities in their own right. Please welcome Mr. Mitch Carson, the CEO of Impact Products Marketing. Welcome to Open for Business.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me here.
Off cam, I was asking you how long have you been here in the Philippines, and what's your impression of the Philippines?
I haven't been here since the pandemic ceased. But it reminded me because everybody wears masks here. So I thought, oh my gosh, this is a real reminder of what happened several years ago. I spent a year living here in Makati, so I have a great familiarity with your culture. And I know just a few words of Tagalog.
Like
so,
what?
Like po. And
Okay.
chicken adobo. I mean, yeah, now I'm getting hungry. It's before lunch. So I have a great experience with the Filipino people.
I was also listening to you earlier about artificial intelligence. You guested in Kada Umaga. So far, what are these developments that you see in business, and why did you choose public speaking or being an author publishing a book? So far, as we have seen, there's a lot of changes that pandemic has brought us. The pandemic also, in some instances, they made some people, but they broke also the spirit of some. And in your view, what was the impact of the pandemic to business, especially in the field?
I believe the pandemic changed the world forever. I mean, there's no turning back what exactly happened. We know that. I think in terms of AI, it has helped us tremendously for how to recover from this. And given that people work hybrid, sometimes in the office, sometimes out, and there are virtual workers today, especially in the Philippines, it's going to increase the number of opportunities because of the pandemic, paving the way for at-home work. And now the AI, you combine that with the comfort of working at home, I believe AI will continue that process.
This one is important. I have to ask this question. Open for Business is a program that is geared towards providing information and enlightening micro, small, and medium enterprises. We would like to encourage entrepreneurship to flourish in the country. That being said, you mentioned that in reality, most businesses fail. For the benefit of our MSMEs and would-be entrepreneurs, why did you say so? What could have gone wrong?
Well, I'm going based on these statistics, and I believe, I follow what is the SBA, Small Business Association, which is the largest association compiling all these statistics. I believe the same may be true here in the Philippines. I'm careful in choosing my words.
Okay.
May be true. I doubt there's too much of a deviation. The practice of running a business is the same worldwide. You've got to have a connection with your clients, and I'm using the word clients, not customers. Customers come and go. Clients you have a relationship with. That mindset shift alone will make a big difference. And connecting to your clients as they come in, touching them regularly will make a profound difference on sustaining your business. Because when you treat them as customers, I don't think you have a relationship. So that starts with the mindset shift.
Wow, that is interesting. And in your line of work, which is very interesting, we have public speaking, branding, direct marketing, advice and consulting, and others. These are very important to business, and sometimes with other MSMEs, these are on the sidelines. These are not really the focus, but there is so much impact to the bottom line. So can you expound on how an entrepreneur can also master authority through public speaking?
Well, I owned an advertising agency in America for many years. That's how I became successful, was helping other entrepreneurs become more successful, growing their businesses. The fastest way, the key I found and why I embraced public speaking as my platform was many salespeople sell one-to-one. You and I, if I'm trying to pitch you on my product or service, I'm doing this one-to-one. A public speaker, an effective public speaker, can speak one to many. I learned this in my years as a pitchman on a channel called Home Shopping Network in America, where I was speaking 1 to 5 million. That was a live audience there. And I used that skill set to then go to live audiences around the country, then around the world, and I've had the good fortune of speaking in 61 countries to date. And when you are able to impact many at the same time, you do two things. One, you can sell to many, the pitch is the same. Instead of one-to-one, it's one-to-many. And second, when you are on a platform, either on TV, for example, which we're on here today, or on a stage, people perceive you as higher than what you may or may not be. And it's perceived value. If you are an author, your perceived value goes up. If you are on a platform, your perceived value goes up. You're on a TV channel, your perceived value goes up. This is all part of creating that perceived value, which is media.
Now, I'm interested with what you mentioned. It's speaking from one to many.
Yes, sir.
There were a lot of instances, debates, that the effective marketers now has to be personalized. In your view, how could you still put that kind of personalization or customization when you do public speaking?
Well, like I wrote a book here called Building Your Personal Brand, a guide for entrepreneurs. Now you see the umbrella, it's a simple metaphor that is red standing out amongst all the others that are black. It simply can be as small as a color change where you are different. It's about differentiation in the marketplace. Now that can be expressed through media, like social media. It can be on a number of podcasts. It can be used through doing interviews like this, separation. And I have seen this in countless niches of clients that I've worked with worldwide. It's all about uniqueness.
Wow, interesting. With a lot of MSMEs here, they would think of the definition of brand as a brand. It could be a logo, it could be your name, it could be a tagline, but from a master public speaker like you, an author, what is a brand?
A brand is what people remember when you walk away. That's a simplified version just for the audience. It's like, what is the impression of you? If I walked into your show with a t-shirt on, snot running out of my nose, my hair wasn't combed, and I didn't look the part versus this is my brand for television. I'm wearing a tie. I've tied my tie correctly as you have. You've got a beautiful shirt on. You are representing your brand as the president. I'm representing my brand as Mitch Carson, master public speaker and trainer. This is my brand. It is the perception that I've created in the marketplace. That is the brand.
Another interesting about, when we talk about brand is price. A lot of, some people say that when you choose a brand, it could be expensive, but what's your view on that? You don't have to spend so much on a specific brand or branding, but there is a strategy behind it. So how do you now create a good brand? As you mentioned, it's what people remember when you walk away. So
correct.
What do you do to have that perfect branding?
Well, I think it's a matter of a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So if your business is a series of links, it's your employees, your customer service, your internet presence, which is important today, your social media presence. From the minute I walked into the studio today, your brand, and I want to let you know this, is well aligned. I walked in, I was greeted with a smile. I'm sure I'll be greeted with a smile and said, "Thank you, sir," when I leave, because everything has been consistent throughout the process of me coming here today. And that shows that you have worked hard on crafting a well-perceived brand. It's from the moment you walk in to the moment you leave. Philippines Airlines is how I flew here to come. And the moment, it's the ticket counter, it's when I enter the plane, the flight attendants, the food, the comfort of the air, how I'm treated when I leave, baggage claim, all of that is part of the process. It's every step of the way. And there's a statistic what's interesting. You do something well, somebody will tell one person. You do something bad, they'll tell 7. So you've got to be very careful how you craft the client experience. Their experience is what I would say. It's how they feel when they leave you, when they move on to the next stage in their life or in their business experience. It's how they feel. I felt great doing a show earlier in the other room. My experience was great. I have many clients. I come here to try first to know how I feel before I refer my coveted clients. So I would say it's feeling based. It's subjective and objective.
There's appeal to emotions. Wow, that's perfect. Now, we now go back to this branding and public speaking. In my introduction earlier, I talked about and this is also the same feeling of everyone. There's stage fright, there's nervousness, especially if you're not used to really making a lot of presentations to a lot of people. How do you now prepare yourself to this public speaking, to presentations? Because we know that a lot of people in the Philippines were into politics, were into sports, karaoke, and a lot of things, But with the viewers now of Open for Business, this is empowering small businesses also to make use of what they have, especially with their limited resources. And if you are a good public speaker, you don't have to hire influencers, but you can be a public speaker at the same time an influencer of your brand. So how do you prepare for it?
Well, when I conduct my speaking trainings, because I found that this was a gift I had because I was a terrible public speaker at one time, I make sure that people use something called a prop. Because if you use a prop, the fear is transferred to that prop, and all you have to do is go back to your childhood of show and tell. So I use rubber chickens, I've used slinkies, I've used squirt guns, I've used bubbles. All of these different props help people overcome their fear. So they transfer that fear into the mechanism, talk about it, and before they know it, they're speaking to the crowd fearlessly.
Interesting. There is a Tagalog word for that, a prop. It could be hugot.
Okay, hugot. All right.
Hugot.
Sorry for my pronunciation.
Something that you get, from your inner self, where you get that kind of feeling and be strong, be brave, and be able to deliver what you like to deliver. Now, this one is another interesting topic. How can knowing in depth about your brand can help increase one's business value or income? Maybe it's a chapter in your book, but can you talk about it?
Well, I think you have to focus on what is your unique positioning statement or unique selling proposition, truly what differentiates you in the marketplace, and focusing on that. And it's the same with sports. Someone has to find what they're best at, focus on it, practice it, perfect it. And if it's public speaking, use that as your vehicle to gather one-to-many clients. You've got to find your strength. As opposed to focusing on the weaknesses, focus on your strength and grow that.
Speaking of USP, since you mentioned it, the unique selling proposition, public speakers also have that?
Yes, they do.
Okay, how do you now craft your USP in terms of public speaking? Or can you have your own personal branding or company branding and marry both brands?
100%. I love that question that you ask, and we didn't discuss that beforehand, but I love being put on the spot.
Okay, sorry.
I help.
Sorry,
that's okay.
I'm so interested
no,
with your.
I love it. I love the challenge.
Okay.
You know, that's something called a hot seat, and I'm burning right now.
Okay.
So it's good. It's I help people blank so they can blank. I help speakers, authors, coaches, and consultants become the number one person in their niche or category so they can own their niche, spend more time with their families, and earn income faster than they ever thought possible before. That's my elevator pitch, and that's the benefit that people will take away. If they relate to that, then it's their opportunity to work with me. I don't chase anyone. So if I use that for another type, it's a template. So I help people blank, feature, so they can blank, which is benefit, and that is a formula that your audience can take away. If they follow that simple formula, they will be more successful than if they didn't have a formula. Like if I were to walk up to you and ask, what do you do? The first reaction, you know, that's where the elevator pitch comes from. So we're going from ground up to the 5th floor. I've got 15 seconds, or you've got 15 seconds to grab my attention. How you answer that will depend on whether I want to talk to you anymore or see you bye. It's really that important. It's almost like a quick date. It's is the chemistry there or isn't? And do you have something that you can offer me or not? Or do I have something that I can offer you? It's a quick networking tip of this is what I do. So what the purpose of the USP is to actually deselect people from your world versus select. Get rid of the people who aren't prospects. You know, a dentist who says, well, I help people who are in pain so they can live a life pain-free and feel comfortable smiling all the time. That's a lot different than I'm Joe Gomez, dentist. That's kind of boring. It's like, oh, you associate pain with the dentist as opposed to addressing the pain and saying, I let people smile and show their inner strength. Has a different effect and feeling. It's all about injecting emotion into what you're saying, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it is. It makes sense. But I was also struck by your select people and deselect. Deselect. It's like choosing an account.
Correct.
Like if it's not a profitable account, deselect it.
Deselect.
Correct. Okay.
Hire slow, fire fast.
Yeah, okay. I hope that you come here again so we can talk more about, this...
and I'm going to bring some high-profile clients.
That's right. And where can they see you? Where can they find the book?
MitchCarson.com.
Yes, and where can they buy it?
Well, they can go to Breakthrough to the Moon, which I co-authored with Dr. Candice Goh out of Singapore. She was the former managing director of Accenture Group, worldwide Fortune 100 company, and she's based there. So we co-authored this book. It's a comical depiction of the both of us here. So they can go to breakthroughtothemoon.com to purchase this book. It will be released to the public in September, and we will look forward to an advanced purchase today. Thank you.
Perfect. And if they want to be coached by the Mitch Carson, where will they find you?
Mitch at MitchCarson.com. MITCH is my first name at MitchCarson.com.
Thank you so much. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Wow. Thanks.
Welcome back to Open for Business. Here are the trending business news around the world. German food bank feels inflation crunch and influx of refugees. TAFL, a charitable organization providing discounted food to Germany's poor, is crying out for help for basic funding from the German government as it felt the squeeze of inflation and rising number of refugees from Ukraine, according to a report from a German news organization. Apart from inflation, which has reached 7.3%, or prices at 15% more expensive, donation from private companies have also been dwindling, making it more difficult for the over 900 food banks run by TAFL. The food banks in Germany were established originally to help people living below the poverty line, or those who have less than 60% of the median net income. Currently, around 13 million are considered living below the poverty line. China's economy sees 6.3% rise in second quarter, missing expected growth. China's gross domestic product, or GDP, for the second quarter registered a 6.3% increase, missing expectations of a better recovery. The economy only grew a 0.8% versus the first quarter of 2023 and much lower than the 2.2% pace over the same quarter in 2022. However, the country's National Bureau of Statistics chief remains optimistic of a 5% growth in 2023. Retail sales for June rose by 3.1%, a hairline below the expected 3.2% increase. WHO and US FDA disagree on health risks of aspartame. The World Health Organization and US Food and Drug Administration are at odds over the former's classification of aspartame as potential carcinogenic for humans as sweetener for sodas. The FDA said that its own study showed no safety concerns on aspartame were found if consumed within the allowed daily recommended limit. The International Agency for Research on Cancer, part of WHO, earlier found a possible link between aspartame and hepatocellular carcinoma, a type of liver cancer, after reviewing 3 large human studies in the US and Europe. Aspartame is used worldwide as a sweetener to about 6,000 products. And that's our news roundup. I am Randy Bernardino for Open for Business.
Open for Business is at the helm. Return to high growth trajectory. Despite the possible economic impacts of El Nino and the current levels of inflation, the Philippine economy remains on track to return to its high growth trajectory. According to the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, this is supported by a strong labor market performance and a downward trend in inflation that is on its way to reaching the government's target. NEDA Secretary Arsenio Balisacan said President Bongbong Marcos started his term under very challenging and unique circumstances because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Dahil sa mga problemang nangailangan ng agarang solusyon, inilatag-an niya ng Pangulo ang kanyang 8-point socio-economic agenda na nakatutok rin sa mga prioridad para sa medium term gaya ng mga oportunidad sa paglikha ng mga trabaho at pagpapabilis ng pagsugpo sa kahirapan sa loob ng 6 na taon. Ayon kay Balisacan, ang mga prioridad ng administrasyon ay susi sa paunang inisyatiba at output ng economic team kabilang ang medium-term fiscal framework ng bansa na layong tiyakin ang alignment ng legislative agenda sa pagkamit ng fiscal targets. Kasama rin ang 5.26 trillion budget ngayong taon na nakatuon sa socio-economic priorities ng Pangulo at ang Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 na siyang medium-term development blueprint ng bansa para maging epektibo ang socio-economic transformation para sa isang masagana, inclusive at resilient society. The government aims to achieve a 6 to 7% economic growth expansion this year. The administration is also recognizing the improving unemployment rate, which went down to 4.5% in April compared to 5.7% in the same time last year. Inflation has gone down from 8.7% in January to 6.1% in May. The NEDA secretary said the president created a more open and enabling regulatory and investment policy environment and proved his commitment to sound and cohesive policies. Among these decisions are the accession to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the creation of green lanes for strategic investments, amendments to the implementing rules and regulations of the Renewable Energy Act and the Build, Operate, Transfer Law, and changes to the NEDA Joint Venture Guidelines.
On behalf of the Horizon, the Malaysian trade show organizer, it is my pleasure to welcome everyone to the country's first furniture supply sourcing trade show, the Philippine Furniture Furnishings Market, or PFFM for short. This 3-day annual event promises to provide our industry trade buyers and furniture enthusiasts with a glimpse of top-grade export quality furniture and furnishing products from China, Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines. Discover the latest trends in home, living, dining, bedroom, outdoor and office furniture from around the region, and network with manufacturers and exporters and open new business opportunities.
PFFM's extensive showcase presents a diverse range of products, including living, dining, office and bedroom furniture, catering to the needs of local and foreign trade visitors. This is a wonderful gathering of buyers and sellers of everything that is desirable and practical in home furnishings. The PFFM brings together manufacturers, exporters, retailers, and the general public under one event to share ideas, showcase talent, and to engage in commerce for home improvement. We Filipinos are lovers of beautiful design and are world-class when it comes to producing pleasing furnishings that use local materials. This event provides a venue for that creativity.
Interior design can really affect one's mood, one's outlook. When you wake up, the first thing you see is actually your furniture, so you want to curate that and tailor fit that to all of your needs. The objects we find in our living spaces are definitely profound. Furniture can really excite and bring peace in our daily moods and everything that we exude, and that's why it really holds a very, very important aspect in our daily lives. You know, as your Miss Universe Philippines, I really know the value of integrity, beauty, quality, and that's something our Philippine furniture can definitely execute and bring to all of us. This is something that is an amazing opportunity, and it's something that really makes Philippine furniture ready for export and definitely international quality as well. For everybody that's here, I hope you know that this event is for all of you. It is a 3-day event that we can definitely maximize. And you can also meet a lot of distinguished industry experts. That is very important to really just make those connections and really find what you need in our daily lives. We also have key players here, and we'd also love to collaborate with all of you, to find friends and partners and also like-minded individuals.
The first legacy project that I would like to briefly talk about is the Philippine Hotel Industry Strategic Action Plan, which is a joint project of our association and the Department of Tourism. And basically, this is a roadmap, a master plan for the Philippine hotel industry, which will tell you, among others, the room inventory that we will need in the next 5 to 10 years. So from the baseline data that we have, how much more do we have to go to be at par with our neighbors to be globally competitive? So it will talk about the demand forecast next 5 to 10 years. The plan will also talk about the location. How many will we need in Manila? How many will we need in Cebu, in Boracay, Davao, and the other emerging destinations? And again, this provides business opportunities for the exhibitors in PFFM.
My company has been in this market for almost 20 years. So all this while we are looking at a different trend of markets. Every time we improve according to the market in order we can grow together in our design to meet the market's needs. So this is how we conceptualize our company in this market. Philippine market is always a market that I want to explore. So for this fair, I especially make this range just for this fair. It's still newly launched because I know that this market is very good in natural made products. So I design features which is with a natural looking, like a rattan looking, for this fair especially. This is why this is catered for this fair. And also we design this case good also with the rattan look. I think it's very good for this market. This is what we intend to develop. We have a team of R&D. So every time we will go to fair to look for new idea, new design. And at the same time, my production team will also use a machinery, new kind of technology to improve the quality and also the design to make it every time different color, different features, different idea in the furnitures in order to moving forward together with the trend, market trend. I would say market now is getting tough after the COVID pandemic time. So now customer is looking for sustainability of the products with a good price, economical pricing, but with very good looking. So this is how we are trying to make our product with good material, but trying to reduce the material cost by using a higher technology, reducing the labor cost, and make the price more economical that every customer can adapt and accept, affordable to buy.
We are the professional manufacturer for an office chair, sofa, massage chair, and furniture and other sitting products. So this is our first time to be here for the furniture show. So we want to know the market in Philippines and to understand what the customer need and what we should do R&D to satisfy our customer in Philippines. So USA and the EU market are the two biggest market for us, but we believe the Philippine market is one of the most important for us. Also, our company is more and more focused on ergonomic products like the ergonomic office chair, ergonomic adjustable desks. So in this fair, we take many featured products here. And this afternoon, many customers and visitors come to our booth, and they all like our products. They say it's very comfortable. In order to compete with other factories, so we just focus on the high-end office chair. So with more functions and lower price, so the value is higher than other factories. In my opinion, the regular office chair is quite out of date. So what we should do is focus on the market trends. I mean the trends in the market, and do your own R&D by yourself. So now we are focused on the high-end ergonomic mesh chairs. This is our trend. We do some research from the market, and we do R&D by ourselves like this. So the mesh chair, high-end ergonomic office chair, is our direction or the market trends, in our opinion.
But there's a lot of talk about culture diplomacy, food diplomacy, but
this is something different. We're talking about furniture and furnishing diplomacy. So, can you tell us more why a lot of Malaysian companies are also here in the Philippines? And this is worth noting because this is the very first Philippine furniture furnishing market expo.
Thank you, Cesar. Yeah, you rightly said this is the very first Philippine furnishing market expo. I think it speaks well for the industry, the furnishing industry in Philippines, because Philippines, Malaysia views as a growing market. Looking at Philippines' growth trajectory in the next 2 to 3 years is indeed impressive, and we know that as the economy develops, especially in the Philippines, you will have more opportunities in various sectors, and furnishing because of the housing and domestic market or construction market will grow. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the Philippines is one of the key export countries for Malaysian furnitures. And today you see testimony of this importance of Philippines to Malaysia in the industry. Many of these Malaysian furnitures here, companies here have had businesses in the Philippines already, and they hope to grow. But at the same time also, we're also advocating a more collaborative development between Malaysian furnishing companies and also Philippine furnishing companies. Because like you said, how does cultural diplomacy have a say in furnitures? But I see Philippines as advantage in design, basically looking at how intricate Philippine design is based on expertise. I think this can be incorporated in the furnishing industry. And having Malaysian expertise and of course Philippine designs in this can create a new market for both Malaysia and Philippines, and that we see as a tremendous boost to our trade relations between both countries.
Speaking of this thing that you mentioned about trade and commerce and trade relationship, you mentioned about the growing exports not only of the Philippines but also of Malaysia. As of now, what are the products, Ambassador, of Malaysia that are being exported here, and so far in terms of your outlook of the imports that we also get from Malaysia? Can you talk more about these?
Some of the major exports from Malaysia to the Philippines is palm oil or olein, also on machinery. Of course, we hope to develop more in terms of agricultural products, on products related to digitalization, mechanization. So I think for us, the outlook is for us to develop and strengthen core competencies of both countries in this, and hopefully with that we can improve exports and increase exports. Last year, Malaysia the trade between Malaysia and Philippines registered USD 6 billion ringgit. So USD 6 billion. I think there's a room for growth because we feel that this is far below potential. There's room for further growth, and when you hope, one of the sectors that could benefit is of course the furniture industry. Of course, we in Malaysia, we aspire to sustainable production, and most of the furniture developed in Malaysia, or I want to say all the furniture produced in Malaysia aspire to the ESG certification. So we hope to do that. And of course, today you also see a lot of other countries participating. You have, from China, from Romania, from Thailand, Poland, I believe. So this shows that, Philippines is an attractive market, not only for Malaysia, but for the other ASEAN countries and Asian countries. So I think Philippines should take advantage of this and try to create, this kind of bridge between these companies, and of course build a stronger manufacturing hub in Philippines for Philippines growth. And Malaysia is ready to help in that.
You highlighted the design and creativity of the Philippines as a country. In terms of this collaboration between the Philippines and Malaysia, what is it that Malaysia has to offer in terms of the collaboration with design? Although you mentioned about craftsmanship, and I'm sure that in terms of collaboration, both Malaysia and the Philippine designers can create something really unique. But can you talk more if design or Philippine design is really excellent in terms of the collaboration between the two countries? What would be the potential output of that collaboration?
For me, I believe what Malaysia can offer is the expertise or technology that we have. Because like I said, most of our Malaysian companies here, they have advanced technology when it comes to production, especially in furnishing. And this is something we can of course share with the Philippines manufacturers and work with them to develop using Philippine design. For me, looking at the design, I've been here for 4 months, I've seen the designs, very intricate designs that Philippines can be proud of. And this, I believe, has a market overseas. Countries now are aspiring for more developed cultural experience, and I think in Malaysia also, when you look at the designs that we produce, a lot of the designs, current modern designs, incorporate traditional creativity and of course modern creativity, and I think Philippines has that potential, and not only for export market but also for domestic market, because you see a lot of like I said, the construction industry, the home industry is booming in Philippines. You can see so many new development projects, and all this will require furnishings, be it industrial, be it home, so there is a potential, of course, using Philippine design, which for me I think is one of the most unique design I've seen. Incorporating with Malaysian technology, then you have the best of both worlds.
Yes, I agree, sir. And now, sir, for my last two questions, of course, here in the Philippines, we noticed the impact also of COVID-19. With the many industries, we still are recovering, and we want to still reach that pre-pandemic levels. But right now, we're seeing the bouncing back of all the industries, of the economy. But in Malaysia, sir, what's your experience and what's your insight on the contribution not only of the furniture and furnishing industry but in other industries to the continued bouncing back of your economy?
Post-pandemic economic situation in Malaysia is vastly improving. We are looking for, at the moment, Malaysia is embarking on a more, I would say, advanced projection of manufacturing, of moving to fourth industrial revolution. We are looking at mechanization, robotics, smart farming. We're looking at halal industry, building the ecosystem, and of course looking for more high value added technology in most of our manufacturing concern. Of course, it's all geared towards moving from the post-pandemic era. For me, of course, Malaysia, we have various sectors that contribute to it. Of course, one is, of course, the commodities market. We have the services market, of course, which is also growing well. We have the mechanization market, which is a high machinery, circular economy, which we're also looking at. And all this constitutes the key aspects of what we hope to achieve in Malaysia in terms of growing the economy. That being said, of course, there remain challenges, of course, from the international global scenario. We hope some of the current geopolitical issues, especially like in Ukraine and Russia, will be solved soon. And of course, other hotspots that we hope that there will be an amicable solution in finding peace so that the growth can continue.
And for my final question, Ambassador, I cannot help but ask you this because the Department of Tourism recently launched our new slogan. It's called Love Philippines. So what's your reaction to that? And in your country, I know that I can see it on the internet of your country slogan as well. So can you, I don't want you to compare and contrast, but first, what can you say about the new slogan, Love Philippines? And on your part, how do you promote also your country, not only here in the Philippines, but around the world?
First of all, the slogan Love Philippines, for me, I think is very apt, because anyone who comes to Philippines will definitely leave Philippines loving Philippines. So I think this new slogan that we try to create, because I think love transcends many aspects, and not only culture, not only the products itself, but also the people. So I think for me, when a person loves a country, he will leave the country feeling like he or she wants to come back. And you love somebody, you want to continue to have a connection to the person or to the country or to the individual. So I think that slogan itself, for me, resonates very strongly, And I think I mean, this is my own personal view. So I think it resonates well. I applaud the slogan, and I hope it will continue. Of course, Malaysia, we have also our own slogans, Malaysia through Asia, and we have been promoting this worldwide, and that works for us because in Malaysia, we're a multiracial, multilingual country. So that slogan reflects the composition of Malaysia and, of course, what we can offer to the world.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Malik from the Embassy of Malaysia in the Philippines. Open for Business will be back. Stay with us. Open for Business is back, and our biz word for the week is life coach. It is a person who counsels and encourages clients on matters having to do with careers or personal challenges. In about everything, communication is key. Learning what to say is one thing, but knowing how to speak effectively can do wonders for you as a person and to your bottom line as an entrepreneur. While speaking eloquently is a great thing to learn, knowing what to say that positively impacts your audience is as important. And with that, our quote of the week is, our style must be pure and correct. We must speak with clearness and perspicuity, and be always attentive to appear in character. That's from the orator by Cicero, the master of Latin prose and greatest Roman orator. Thank you very much, Mitz. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ng isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us on Facebook, on YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you're informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders, at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. The rise of streaming platforms provided a significant shift to viewing habits that challenged the traditional way we watch films and television. And there are people who possess the creative genius and business acumen to take advantage of the paradigm shift. Writer, creative consultant, director, and producer Benedict Miki is one and the visionary behind the production company Lone Wolf Films Incorporated. Learn the business of storytelling from the director's chair here at Open for Business. With a profound passion for storytelling and an innate talent for bringing narratives to life, Benedict Mike has become a force to reckon with in the industry, leaving an indelible mark on the projects he undertakes. Benedict's journey into the realm of filmmaking began with his early fascination with storytelling. Equipped with a vivid imagination and a burning desire to create, he embarked on a path that would take him from his humble beginnings as someone tasked to wake everyone up in the production to the forefront of the film and TV production scene. With each project, he honed his skills as a writer and keen eye in framing scenes, crafting compelling narratives that resonated with audiences across various mediums. Recognizing the importance of having creative control over the entire production process, Direct Benedict established Lone Wolf Films. This venture allowed him to not only write captivating stories, but also take charge of their production, ensuring his vision remained intact from conception to final execution. His unique approach sets his company apart as a holistic creative powerhouse capable of delivering high-quality content while maintaining a cohesive artistic vision. From his initial salvo, ML, to his latest creation, Monday, first screening, here's Direct Benedict Mike to talk about the business of storytelling. How are you, Direct?
Hi, sir. Hi to the audience. I'm very happy to be here.
First, Direct, I'd like to congratulate you for taking part of Monday first screening at doon sa ating initial showing, which was the early access premiere. The press have very good reviews and they were very happy with what they saw. Ano yung pakiramdam mo sa ganung mga... At saka sa napanood mo, I think you were telling me a lot of stories, during that time from the moment you entered the EVM convention, Direct.
Actually, I was surprised on how Net25 or Net25 Films did the event kasi akala ko may conference or something na malaki kasi nagulat, it's the first time ito. I think it's the first screening or advanced screening or premiere na na-attendan ko na ganun kadami yung tao. So it was very touching. At the same time, the Net25 Films made it a point na they invited senior citizens, which is really the film is for. Aside from their families. So it was really touching and yung reaction ng audience, ng press, and even the actors, it was overwhelming actually. Parang gusto mong gumawa ng pelikula pag ganito yung nakikita mong reception.
Okay, I hope we have more projects together, Direct pa. At ano so far ang masasabi mo na pinakamagandang feedback na narinig mo after that early access premiere?
Yung sa early access premiere, nagulat ako kasi even strangers were approaching me and saying, "Congratulations, Direct, napakaganda ng pelikula." Ang nakakaano kasi if you hit all emotions, kasi sabi na it was a roller coaster ride. Natawa sila, kinilig sila, naiyak sila. Imagine giving people these emotions sa isa't kalahati to 2 hours ng pag-upo. It's I think that's what a filmmaker strives for and dreams of. Yung maibigay mo yung ganitong emotion sa nanonood. If you can give this emotion sa nanonood, I think everything is set aside. Yung happiness mo is sobrang overwhelming.
Sa kwento direct ni Miss Wilma Galvante, our consulting producer, ang sabi niya, hindi naman talaga pelikula yata ito noon, di ba? At saka ang kwento niya, parang you pitched this idea, this concept to a lot of organizations, institutions, and it was not originally for a film. Ano ba yung kwento nun? What's the story behind that?
Actually, at first, it was a film. Then, nung sinabing TV, they said na we can do it as a series. Sabi ko, pwede naman gawing series, pero I think it's better to start it off as a film. Tapos, and if it does good, di gawin nating series of, di ba? Kasi there's this sector sa audience natin which is yung senior citizens. May sector dyan na needs to be touched and need to be represented. Yun. At the same time, the deal here was before is just a telesine. Di ba? It was supposed to be a telesine. But I told Ma'am Wilma na sayang yung material.
Pag telesine lang.
Oo,
Kasi pag telesine, it's like a film made for television lang.
Yeah, it's
not for theater distribution.
Iba yung experience eh. Usually, di ba, pag nasa TV, may gaps yan for commercial purposes. Tapos, mas maliit yung technical values. Sabi ko, gawin na nating film. Di ba? With the budget that was given, I think we can produce a film. Di ba, na maganda siya. And yun nga, nakakatuwa na nagawa. Making the film in a considerable budget like that is already an achievement for the team. So for Net 25 Films and for us, Lone Wolf, masaya kami doon na we were able to deliver something like this. Kasi usually sinasabi, dapat pera. Kahit sa ang negosyo sinasabi, di ba? Dapat may pera, dapat malaking pera, ganito. Sometimes you need passion and creativity. And sincerity sa ginagawa mo to deliver something. Hindi naman laging pera lang.
Wow. Well said. Pwede na tayong matapos. Pwede na yan. But direct sinabi mo kasi na initially it was intended for telesine. And then you wanted it to be on film. Ano ba ang pagkakaiba ng directing sa TV versus film? Or, what's the difference between these two projects?
Yun nga, the technical values in TV is, especially here, is much lower kaysa when you make a film. The process is different, di ba? When you shoot a TV show, yan, i-shoot mo siya, then yung post niya is editing, diretso na yan eh. Mas tedious ang process for film eh. The cameras are different, the lenses, the technical, lahat iba. And even the actors' requirements. Sa TV, game, pak, ganun lang yan eh. Sa talagang per frame, di ba? Per frame, kukunan mo yan. Iisa-isahin mo yung acting nila. The way
so
they
pati
will
yung
deliver
pag-arte nila parang mas totoo sa
yes,
film kasi malaki.
The
Ganun ba yun?
lighting, the editing, the post-production, talagang pag film, di ba? That's why you pay for film. That's why you get TV for free.
Tama. That's the best difference. So
when you watch a film, if you want a filmic experience, di ba, you pay for it. Pero right now, there's a very thin line separating it na eh. With the advent of streaming, you can see that a lot of films and a lot of TV shows, mataas na ang quality rin. It's like watching a film na rin because of that. So, actually, the films that we make is also made for streaming. So, ganon. So, double, siya eh. You can show it theatrically, then you can show it streaming after. So malaking challenge siya for filmmakers.
Nabanggit mo na rin yung streaming. Parang demanding na rin ngayon sa streaming platforms, di ba? Parang may specific quality and technology na rin silang hinahanap. Tama ba? At bakit kaya ganon? Dahil ba lumalaki din ang viewers ng streaming? Na-eat up niya ba yung film audience?
First and foremost, streaming opened the competition eh. Before, we're only competing within ourselves. Ngayon, you're competing internationally. When you open a streaming platform, ang binubuksan mo na is dito, buong mundo. There are films that are made mostly Hollywood, Korean, actually Spanish speaking, lahat, buong mundo na yung kakompete mo eh, di ba? Before, when you watch TV, ang kakompetensya mo mostly is local lang eh.
Tagalog lang.
So, ibig sabihin, yung technical requirements or yung hinihingi rin sa'yo, both creatively and technically, tumataas din. So, yun. So, it's very challenging for content creators like us to compete with the world. Kasi yung palabas mo sa mundo na rin ipapalabas eh.
Pero, Direk, ano yung hinahanap naman na tema pagdating sa streaming platforms? 'Di ba? Merong hinahanap pang TV, meron sa film, meron din sa streaming. Sa experience mo, ano yung madalas hanapin sa TV, sa film, at saka sa streaming platforms?
Usually sa streaming, the difference is it's more mass appeal when you go to TV, di ba? Kasi masa yung audience mo eh, di ba? Sa streaming, it's more of tawag dito, usually they look for an edge. Di ba? The films that I made that went to streaming, ang tawag dito, usually yung may edge eh. Yung may edge. Tapos if it's a rom-com, may something else eh. Di ba?
Pag sinabi mong may edge o may something else, example, what are those? Yun ba yung mas nakakashock ba siya? Mas may gulat ba yun?
Yes, sometimes may nakakashock, may kakaiba, or minsan tag dito, may puso. Mas malalim yung puso or mas may kakaiba sa concept. Ganun. If you'll watch the streaming platforms, may ganun eh. Although they're also showing, ang maganda nga ngayon, yun nga, there's a very thin line eh, separating na yung for streaming, for TV, and for theatrical. At ang nagiging process na actually is, you show it theatrically, then it goes to streaming, then it goes to TV also.
Tama.
So it's good for us as a business because your material can be sold, di ba? Aside from that, pwede pang regionally sa world.
Yeah.
Diba? You can sell it sa Europe, sa China, etc. So nakabukas ang mundo natin. So before, it was theatrical, then ibenta mo sa TV, then video rights. Wala nang video rights ngayon. Wala nang DVD, wala nang CD, gano'n.
Panahon pa natin yun, direct.
Ngayon, instead of that, wala na streaming na yung bumibili sa'yo. Which is also good kasi for us content creators, meron tayong market na o-offeran nung gagawin natin.
I remember, direct, bago tayo nag-early premiere access doon sa Monday first screening, galing ka sa Cannes, di ba? Parang you attended this film festival and we know when we speak of Cannes, di ba? Talagang sa Europa, kahit naman dito sa Pilipinas, kung sino yung nananalo doon, talagang yun yung level ng kumbaga tumaas talaga like Miss Jacqueline Jose. Ano yung na-observe mo doon na parang masasabi natin na bumabalik na talaga ulit ang sa pelikula? Dahil, di ba, right now, if there's revenge shopping, there's revenge traveling, ngayon din, sabi nga ni Miss Rosel Monteverde, nung una talagang 30 million ba yon ang moviegoers, pero because of the pandemic, unti-unti, parang nasa 30%, 10% pa lang ang bumabalik. When you went to Cannes, when you went to that European Film Festival, what is it that you sensed na, hey, I'll be back and I'll do more films again?
Sa Europe, makikita mo how they love films. When I went to Paris and France, they celebrate films eh. They celebrate filmmakers, they celebrate film actors, they celebrate the art of film eh. And they recognize its importance. Sa Paris, when I went to Paris, nagulat ako, in one park, I walk siguro mga malaking siyang park eh, na duktong-duktong. There were 3 cinema complexes. Can you imagine that? And nagulat ako parang, and ang isang cinema complex may 12, 20, ganun na cinemas. Cinemas sa iba-ibang palabas. Tapos when I went to the US, ganun din. When you look at it, ang mahal ng ticket sa US, $17, $19, $15. Diba? Ganun eh. May $27 pa nga, mahal. Pero people watch. Because they recognize na the entertainment value and the art of filmmaking eh. Tapos iba-iba. Sa isang araw, ang daming pinapalabas na pelikula. So,
and are these local or international din?
Sa kanila?
Yung movies na pinapalabas?
Iba-iba eh. May international, pero marami Hollywood. Diba? So, there's a market for it. And they watch it, they celebrate film eh. And they're willing to pay for it. Ang nakikita ko lang matinding competition ngayon, because of the streaming, ang gaganda rin ng pinapalabas sa streaming, if you'll notice. Sa streaming, high-quality na rin yung mga pinapalabas na pelikula eh. They have the same budget or sometimes more than the theatrical eh. So wala, parang it's a very thin line na at the same time, people watch movies ngayon if it's an event. Parang you make it an event, di ba? Na ang laki ng pelikula, this is something you have to watch. May ganun eh. So ang hirap, sa Pilipinas especially, ang hirap hilahin ulit ng ano. Pero what I noticed dun sa Cannes, film is alive and it will, hindi naman mawawala yung pelikula eh. Yung content na film, narrative, hindi mawawala eh. Mag-iiba lang siguro ng papalabasan.
Tama.
Pero it will continue to prosper.
Pero direct, why is that observation? Like say in Europe, in Cannes, in Paris, what do you think is the reason why they celebrate film, they celebrate the creativity of the artist? Is it part of their culture, or do they have enough material ba? Or dito sa Pilipinas, di ba, yung mga nababasa natin, kaya nanonood sila ng pelikula, gusto nilang malamigan sa mall, or parang yung, what's this view on escapism, that, you know, they wanna leave the problems at home, they use film as a way to escape reality. Ano sa palagay mo, why do they celebrate film in that area?
Sa mga lugar din na ganun, it's an escape. At the same time, unfortunately, mas mayaman yung mga bansang to. They can afford the movie tickets.
I see.
Diba? Sa atin kasi, unfortunately, we're a poor country. And the increase of ticket prices of movies, nakaka-affect eh. If you're putting 350, 450, 500. The other day, manonood ako. Nagulat ako, 800 eh.
Saan yun?
Hindi ko nasasabihin.
Baka naman yung director's something,
Directors,
di ba?
ganito. Pero nagulat, ha? 800? Maski ako nakaurong eh. Sabi ko, ha? 800? Sabi ko, ang mahal. So napaurong ako. Di ba? Kasi yung value ng pera sa kanila, sa value ng pera sa atin, iba eh, di ba? Sa kanila, $17, they can afford that eh, di ba? 15. Sa atin, yung 450, mabigat na sa, mabigat na sa bulsa ng Pilipino eh.
Pero so far, maliban sa TV, yun yung cheapest form of entertainment na, di ba? Pero sa palagay mo ba, maliban sa sinabi mo na mayamang bansa sila, parang sa palagay mo ba may epekto din yung yung subsidy ng government? Kasi di ba sa ibang bansa napapalitaan ko, they encourage, may tax incentives, mga ganyan. Talagang they support the artist. Pag halimbawa sa Hollywood, talagang habang tumatanda ka, di ba, sa kanila parang mas sumisikat ka, di ba? Isa bang factor din yun, yung government subsidy or government support sa art na ito?
Yes, first of all, the market. The Hollywood market is worldwide. Sa atin, napaka-limited, napaka-local mo. Swerte ka pa pag nag-Southeast Asia ka na maka-distributed, di ba? Tas limited sa mga Americas. I think a perfect example is yung Korean film industry or Korean entertainment industry in general. If you look at it, next to Hollywood, it's Korean. The streaming platforms, ang pinalalaban nila, people pay for it because of, first, is the Hollywood films. Second is the Korean films na or TV series eh. Di ba, makikita mo sila yung pinakamaraming content eh. Ang tanong, why? When I went to Cannes, I was asking, may mga nagbibenta dito ng pelikulang Pilipino?
Tinanong mo yon kung may nagbibenta ng pelikulang
Tinanong
Pilipino?
Who sells Filipino materials here or Filipino movies? Halos wala eh. Di ba? Parang out of, siguro 100 doon, baka isa. Pero when you look at the Korean, yung nagbentahan doon, kasi it's, di ba, it's, aside from the film showings,
parang may
it's a market eh. It's a market. You have booths there that sell movies.
Parang like the one in Hong Kong, mga ganyan, or Singapore.
It's a film market eh. So you'll be surprised, yung ibang bansa, marami sila. Especially the Koreans. When no one was selling Korean materials, nagtayo yung mga companies ng Koreans, nagtayo sila ng sarili nila, binenta nila yung sarili nila. At the same time, the government recognized the art of film to promote the country itself.
And its culture.
And its culture. So when you look at it, di ba, nagmamasyal ka eh, you go to Paris. Bakit gusto mo makita ang Eiffel Tower? Kasi napanood mo sa pelikula. Sa ganitong pelikula, di ba? Ay, napanood ko, gusto kong makita. Pag pumunta ka ng Amerika, ba't gusto mo makita ang Hollywood sign? Ba't gusto mo makita ang White House? Kasi napanood mo sa pelikula. It becomes part of your experience eh, na you want to witness in person. Di ba? Live. So, ganun ang ginawa rin ng Korea. Di ba? They featured their culture, yung mga islands nila, yung mga cities nila, yung mga, di ba? So ngayon, ang lakas ng tourism nila.
Yes.
Dati wala namang pupuntang Pilipino sa Korea eh. Pero ngayon,
di
meron
ko
na
alam ang Jeju dati. Di ko
may
alam
Korean tour na. So that's what they did. It's not only the film industry. It's the whole entertainment industry. They sold their country. What's special and what's beautiful in their country, they sold it to other countries. Nung napanood ng mga, ay maganda pala sa Korea, punta tayo dun.
I see.
So it became a marketing tool for the country itself, for its tourism.
So ibig sabihin, direct, ano rin yun, there is the involvement of the government nga. There is involvement also, there's political will because they wanted to showcase their country. It's a government initiative as well, aside from private sector. Yun ba ang nakikita mo na wala sa atin?
Malaki talaga ang participation ng government. If you look at it, sa Korea, yun yung sinasabi. They encourage people filmmakers to use their locations. When I went there, sa gitna ng busy street nila, ng commercial, may nagsushooting Dito,
huliin ka.
Dito, huliin ka. Tapos ang mahal. Ang mahal ng ibabayad mo dito, di ba? Tapos maraming incentives sa kanila Di ba? If you feature ganito, if you feature culture, ganito, may incentives Dito, FDCP is doing the same thing, pero hindi pa prominent When you, usually sana, meron din sa local filmmakers na if you use this, ganito, mas encouraging. Hindi. When you go to Intramuros, when you go to ganito, di ba, the locations here, na pwede mong i-feature, magbabayad ka, malaki. Di ba? Actually, sana ex-deal na yun kasi promote mo, di ba? Sana ganun, sana we help each other. Sana may ganun and may incentive sana na for filmmakers. Actually ako, ang gusto ko sana, magkaroon sana ng incentive na every month, you promote the films that are going to be shown, that are being made. It's a general marketing for films.
Na hindi na kailangan yung private sector ang mag-e-effort doon.
Exactly.
Parang may support ang
support
government.
ng government. Di ba, gumawa ka na lang ng marketing group dyan to promote all these films. Every month may lalabas, ganito. Kasi kailangan nating ma-feel na we are good. And it's a beautiful country. It's kasi di ba, yung usually the films that are made about the Philippines, akala ng mga tao sa ibang bansa, nakatira pa rin tayo sa puno at sa squatters area.
Tsaka sa barong-barong, di ba? Kasi kung sinasabi mo, pag nakita mo sa pelikula, kung barong-barong yun, o kaya yung ilog Pasig yun, di ba, na madumi.
Ba't yung pupunta?
Pupuntahan yun.
Pag nakita mo na puro kriminal pala yung tao sa Pilipinas, ba't yung pupunta, di ba?
Kasi halimbawa, parang sa Korea, sabi mo nga, sa Jeju, kung ano yung location ng area na yun, they preserve that, di ba? They preserve that and it becomes a tourist spot.
Pumunta ako doon, Jeju Island, di ba?
Jeju, yes.
Pagpunta ko doon, ang dami namin sa ferry. Tapos nagulat ako, kasi yung winter, 'di ba? Winter something na na TV show
series,
TV series dito pala. Yung pala pinupuntahan doon. Okay, hindi ko pa alam nga nun, pero ang ganda tapos ang daming tao. Imagine from film or TV to actual, pinagkapirahan na ng ng government
and it's good for the country.
Yes, there's more to show sa Pilipinas.
Exactly. Katulad nung sinabi mo, 'di ba? These K-dramas or Korean films, 'di ba? They showcase their tradition, their fashion, their culture, their music, their food, even. So, sa tingin mo, in your case, kunyari, ikaw, producer ka, filmmaker ka, wala kayong ganun nakukuha na support.
There's an FDCP. They're a good help to the film industry. Pero syempre, sila rin, kailangan rin nilang tulong sa main government. They have limited budget I think we need more help from the government. FDCP needs more help, more funds, diba? To help filmmakers. At saka I think we have to do that. We have to refocus. You have to give incentives to films that promotes the Philippines and its culture.
Yes.
The way films promoted and TV series promoted Korea Makikita mo, it's very obvious, di ba? When you watch a Korean film, ang ganda ng Korea. Punta tayo sa Korea.
Tama. Mahaba yung listahan kasi ng credentials mo. You are a writer, creative consultant, director. Paano ba yung creative process mo pagdating sa developing stories? How do you generate ideas para magkaroon ka ng maganda o compelling na narrative?
Actually, sa akin, it's part of my system na I realized when I started sa industry, I started making a living as a writer, pitching stories. Nagpipitch ako sa isang TV show noon, and then they approve it, and then I write it. For 1 year of my life as a writer, I was pitching stories dun sa show na yon, and when they approve it, susulat ko, gagawin nila. Until now, then I realized na parang, when you take out everything sa akin, that's what will remain I'm a storyteller.
Na storyteller ka.
That's what I love to do. Naglalakad lang ako. Before, meron akong maliit na notebook. Pag naglalakad ako, may nakita ko, ay, pwedeng storya to. Susulat ko kagad. Ngayon sa cellphone na. If you look at my cellphone, nakalagay doon for films, for TV. I think I have 100 concepts there. So when people ask me, can you pitch something ganito, iisipin ko na ano yung ano. Tapos nakakatuwa pa kasi padagdag ng padagdag eh. Kasi experiences, it's life. Life gives you stories eh.
So it's what you observe. It's
Yeah,
all
it's what
around
you observe, it's what you feel. Sometimes, diba, yun nga eh, sometimes it comes from outside. Kung ano nakikita mo, na-experience mo. Sometimes it comes from inside. Kung nararamdaman mo, as a father, diba, I want to make a superhero story kasi as a father, sabi ko, I want to make a film o a TV series na papanoorin ng anak ko. Na ipagmamalaki ko someday na ako anak gumawa niya, nakakwento niya. Diba? So yun. So it comes from inside and outside and it's part of your system if you're a storyteller.
Okay, wow. Well said, Direk. Ngayon, may nagsasabi din na pag writer ka or storyteller ka, hindi ka masyado ikaw yung nare-recognize. Kasi di ba may issue na naman nung nakaraan lang. So, yung writer or storyteller na pinagmulan ng idea, siya yung wala. So, dalawang issue na tatanungin ko sa'yo. Parang hindi nga daw ba yayaman ang mga writers or storytellers at paano yun na hindi na nga sila mayaman, hindi ba sila yung nare-recognize? So parang ang mas karaniwan na nare-recognize, syempre yung director tsaka artista, buti ikaw, director ka na, writer ka pa. But what's your view that number one, there's no that much money for writers, and your view on why are they not recognized as they should be?
Actually, that's the problem here sa Pilipinas. To be honest with you, I've been a writer for 20 plus years. And ang value ng writer dito talaga, or ang talent fees, mababa. As a writer, hindi ako yayaman. Thank goodness I have businesses. Pero as a writer, hindi ako yayaman talaga. Sometimes a director here gets paid 100,000 a day. Di ba? 50,000, 70,000, 100,000 a day. Pero yung writer gets 25,000 or 30, 50, 60 for a whole week of script.
Pero bakit nga kaya ganun? Kumbaga sa kanila nagsimula. Kumbaga, di ba, sa kanila yung idea. Parang dala na ba ng system yon?
Yung copyright
Pero sa Hollywood ba, ganun din? Sa ibang bansa?
Sa Hollywood, malaki ang bayad sa mga writers eh. And maski sa Korea, malaki ang bayad sa writers. And there's a copyright issue. Sa ibang bansa, if the idea came from you, the copyright is yours and you're paid for it. Dito sa atin, when you're hired, etc., when you're it becomes parang part of your job na eh. Binabayaran ka, yung idea mo, biglang kanila na eh. And when you submit and may concept ka, pitch mo, isusulat mo yung script, kasama na yun sa deal ng bayad mo. Wala nang bayad yung copyright. Yun rin ang pinanggalaban ko. Sana, may bayad ang copyright. If an idea, ginawa ko, sa akin galing, pinitch ko, bayaran yung copyright ko. I mean, I get a percentage. Diba,
or there is an extra somehow.
Yeah, there's an extra. Yun, wala kasing ganun dito eh. So sana ma-implement natin yun dito, especially sa TV and film industry.
Binanggit mo na, sabi mo, you established this film and TV production business. Gaano din ka profitable? At paano kayo naapektuhan ng pandemya? Di ba? Kumbaga, nung una talagang, wow, nakapila lahat, ang dami. Kumbaga, shoot dito, shoot doon. Biglang nagkaroon ng pandemic. And then ngayon pa lang bumabalik. So, ngayon, paalis na tayo sa pandemic, or we somehow imbibed whatever that pandemic is into our lives, di ba? We embraced it. And, there were some people or some businesses lost their businesses, but others naman, talagang they took advantage of it and they are, bigger now and even better. How profitable is TV and film production as a business?
To be honest with you, we made the company in 1998 when I was doing my first film, ML for Cinemalaya. We created the company. After a year, before the pandemic, 2020, we have 10 to 11 films in the pipeline. We were supposed to do 10 to 11 films. Yes.
Pero, ano pa lang yun, parang in the pipeline yun. Pero during that time, wala pa kayong, siyempre, ka-open mo lang, di ba? Tama. And then,
those were ready-made deals.
Ready-made deals.
Yeah.
So, gagawin mo na.
Gagawin yun.
Nasa pipeline na.
Gagawin
What
talaga
happened?
Yun nga. And 7 of those is for a streaming platform ng isang network. The network lost their license and nagka-pandemic nga. So yung 7 na yun, isa lang ang nagawa namin, nahabol namin.
Wow.
So, and then, sa ibang films rin, we had other deals na hindi rin natuloy. Kasi nga, nag-pandemic, nawal ng pera, di ba? So, it was really devastating for us. Kasi that was our next 2 years and the profit for those projects is okay naman. Hindi siya malaki, pero enough for us to stay afloat and earn. So talagang sobrang nangihinayang ako. Pero during that time, di ba, ang iniisip mo na lang naman mabuhay eh.
Tama.
During the pandemic, hindi mo inisip, mayaman ba ako, mahirap ba ako, inisip mo lang, dapat mabuhay lang ako. Di ba? So it was a struggle for life. So after that, yun, I think it's good when we realize what's essential. And then, na-refocus ko yung business. Right now, we're only doing things and projects that we are passionate about. Stories that we are passionate about. Most of those stories, Lone Wolf was created in the first place to make the stories that I want to make. Kasi marami akong concept, di ba?
Pero direct, dalawa yan ha. Dalawa yan. So, ang naririnig ko, gagawa ka ng storya o pelikula out of your passion. Matutuwa ka. Ang pinaka-target market mo, yung sarili mo. Kasi I like this film. May isa naman, gustong kumita, yumaman doon sa project nila. So kahit na ayaw niya, wala siyang passion doon, but hindi, kikita ito. So, sinasabi mo ngayon, you embrace the other school of thought, di ba? Pero hindi ka dun sa, ano ba ang pagkakaiba nun?
You mean, how do you balance
how
art
do you balance,
yes,
passion and business?
Yes, passion and business. Kumbaga, art and commerce.
Yun.
It's always a fight between art and commerce eh. Pero being in the industry for, I think, 20 plus years, and I've been in the industry, sa TV industry, which is a very commercial tawag dito, di ba? Network, ganyan eh. So I've learned na you can mix both eh. It can be artistic, it can be commercial at the same time. So you can be passionate about it. And then you can go the extreme, yung arts films muna, tawag dito, you do it for yourself na. Pero you still make it for a certain audience. So, yun eh. So, natutunan ko na yun for ilang years eh, to mix it eh. I think that's what's good about our company. Diba? We can make it artistic at the same time commercially viable. Which our film is.
Yeah,
Monday for screening. Diba? It's an artistic concept eh. Can you imagine yung concept niyan, diba? Diba? Tapos, pero when you watch it, nagulat ka, naiyak ako, natawa ako na ano. Sinong company or sinong producer ang gagawa ng rom-com ng 60 years old? Baka na 25 lang.
Okay. Proseso ba yun na, kumbaga, lalo na marami din nanonood sa atin na mga bata, na millennials, Gen Zs, and some of them, they create their own startups. Even, a lot of workers even here are, some are still students, working students. And a lot of them also finished film. Pero proseso ba yun direct na kailangan madaanan mo muna yung mga ganitong senaryo sa bilang director, bilang writer, bago ka makarating sa parang, ayoko yung storya na yan, ito lang ako. Ganun ba yun? Kumbaga, or parang proseso ba yun na realization mo yun? Ikaw, it took you 2 decades to realize that, and then eventually you decide, I'll have my own business, I'll just produce the films that I like. What's the process behind it? And when did you finally realize na, hindi, ang gagawin ko, Lone Wolf, ito lang yung gagawin namin dito, yung gusto lang namin?
Actually, it was scary. Because when I started Lone Wolf, I did this film. We produced the ML film for Cinemalaya. Pera ko yun Pera namin. So, when I look at my bank account, it was 0. Papunta na sa 0. Naubos na dun sa pelikula
Mga magkano ba nagastos doon? 2 million, 3 million? Mga magkano yun?
Sa Cinemalaya kasi hanggang 3.5 ka lang.
3.5. So, na-max out mo yun?
Na-max
hindi
out.
naman?
Actually, parang ganun So, ang hirap. nakakatakot.
Oo.
Pero sabi ng puso ko, bumalik ka na sa pelikula. Gumawa ka na pelikula, mag-produce ka na, gawin mo na yan, kaya mo na yan. So I was being offered a contract again sa isang network. Sabi ko, hindi na ako magpipirma. It was a leap of faith. Diba? Sabi ko, hindi. Magagawa ko to. Diba? I want to do films. I want to do stories that I'm passionate about, na tingin ko ma-appreciate ng mga tao. Nagulat rin ako eh. May kumukuha sa amin, may nagagawa kami, kumikita kami kahit konti, hindi malaki. I think that's also one of our strengths yung Lone Wolf Films. I'm the writer, producer, director. And I have a team na kinukuha ko na I make sure they're passionate and they're not corrupt. Diba? Kumbaga, nakatrabaho niyo ako, hindi ako pera-pera lang. Okay na akong kumita. Huwag naman sobra-sobra. I mean, it's important for me na makuha ng customer, kumbaga, what their money's worth. Diba? Sa negosyo naman ganun kikita ka, pero hindi mo naman kailangang maging swapang
Tama.
Ang importante pa rin sa'yo is the relationship.
Correct.
Yun sabi ko, actually naghahanap na ako ng mga kaibigan at saka yung gusto ko makatrabaho. Diba? Kasi siguro swerte rin ako kasi I have businesses nga. So I knew na nag-leap of faith ako, zero ako dito, pero meron akong fallback That's the importance of business It gives you freedom. Diba? Ito lang is additional business na I hope gives me the freedom to make my art.
Interesting, Direk. But ikaw, may business ka na pang passion mo. So, halimbawa, with ML, diba? Nilagay mo lahat ng pera mo doon, pa-zero ka na. Ganon ba dapat ang maging thinking ng mga direktor na passion lang to, art ito. Baka magkapamilya kayo, hindi ito this will not give you, the breakfast or the food on the table, and this is not sustainable. Is that what you are sharing to would-be producers or film directors or writers na always have a fallback? At matanong ko lang, Direk Benedict, ano yung ibang businesses mo? Hindi ba related yun sa pagpipelikula? Ikaw ba ay nasa online selling? O na may restaurant ka ba? Or ano yung racket mong iba? At ganun ba yung dapat isipan din ng mga ibang director, writers na somehow explore other businesses?
I think you should have the financial freedom to do what you're passionate about. Yun yung sinasabi ko. If you have a business, it gives you that leeway na magagawa mo yung passionate ka and nadadagdagan yung tapang mo. Kasi alam mo hindi magugutom yung pamilya mo Diba? Our other business, may junk shop kami. So we have a junk shop.
So unrelated talaga sa
It's unrelated.
Sa
nakuha ko pa yon yung sa pamilya ko pa. Na the business was passed on to us. So we have a junk shop business. Tapos may pinaparent rin ako na house. So kahit pa paano, it gives me a little freedom, hindi malaki. Tapos yun, actually nakakatawa nga. Yung bahay ko, nabili ko yun dahil sa business, hindi sa showbiz.
I see. Oo.
Hindi sa showbiz.
Kaya nga, pero yun ang tanong ko, parang, so talagang itong industriya na to, kailangan pag-isipan mo rin yun. Kumbaga parang artista, di ba? Sabi nga nila, pag artista ka, habang hot ka, kunin mo lahat ng projects, pero dapat marunong ka sa pera. Ganon din ba pag writer, director?
Oo, malaki naman yung kita especially when you're a director. You earn 40, 50 to 100,000 a day. Diba? So, if you get a couple of shooting days, okay ka Diba? Yayaman ka pero kasi ako I never looked for the money. Yun ang mahirap sa akin When I feel na I'm starting to work for money, bumibitaw na ako Pag hindi na ako passionate, kasi ito yung passion ko storytelling, making art, ganito, TV shows, films. Kaya it's good na meron kaming business. Kasi kung hindi ako yayaman. hindi ako makakabili ng mga bahay, ng property. So right now naman, nakatulong rin yon yung may business background kami. Tapos tinayo ko yung Lone Wolf, napapatakbo ko siya ng maayos. Kasi yun nga, mura kami gumawa Tapos maganda. Actually, nasusurprise yung mga financiers namin kasi at saka other producers, paano nyo nagawa ng ganyang kaganda?
For mabilis.
Ganyang kaganda, ganyang kabilis with such a small amount of money. Usually, hindi siya pagmamalaki yung budget ko for a film, pag binigay mo sa iba, hindi nila magagawa ng ganong quality At the same time, usually twice or three times ang budget na hihingi nila sa
Ang cost.
sa cost.
Okay.
Ay, nakita nyo naman, di ba? I mean, maski yung iba, paano mo nagawa yun? Sabi
So
ko,
with
ano
others, it's about 3 to 5 times higher yung cost nila.
Oh, 2,
or maybe
3, 4 times. Oo, malaki ang costing ng iba pag pinagawa Kami, hindi ganun I mean, na-realize yan ng mga producers
Pero Direk Benedict, ano ba at saan ba nakaka-affect minsan doon yung presyo? Is it number one? Of course, sometimes it's the name, di ba? When they say Direk Mike or the poste or the artista, di ba? And that is, a huge chunk of the production budget goes. Saan napupunta yung production budget? Kasi minsan alam naman natin sa production, di ba, parang tsaka depende dun sa istorya, di ba? Kumbaga, minsan daw may mga kwento naman ng mga ibang production houses to, like si Direk Kais, di ba? Parang sabi niya, may time gusto niya ng dad niya, si Sir
Tito
Dolphy.
Dolphy.
Tito Dolphy, na parang gusto niya yung eksena talaga, nature talaga, mga ganon. Kung hindi niya type, pwedeng i-pack up niya, parang ganon. But in your case, there are things in your production items na paano mo titipirin? Ano ba yung dapat hindi mo tipirin doon?
Actually, yun nga Kasi I'm a writer, producer, and director. So being that, marami kang nagagawang paraan. And when you're a storyteller, you know what's essential. You know where to put your money.
Tama.
Diba? Unlike if you're just a director or producer, hindi mo alam. It's either titipirin mo lang ng titipirin. Ako, writer ako Sasabihin ko, hindi ko kailangan to. Kasi tatawid yung kwento ko nang dito.
Nawala yun.
Kailangan bang ganito kalaki? Pero pag when you look at it, kasi yun I think 25 years of experience in the industry. Kasi I've been here for 25 years And some tricks, malalaman mo lang if you've been that long in the industry Diba? I can turn a corner into an office, into ganito, palakihin kong ganito, diba? Magugulat ka na, paano mo yun tinatanong, paano mo nagawa yun? 20 years na ako dito, nagsusulat, nagdidirect, nagpo-produce Alam ko na kung paano gawin yan. And even technically, alam ko kung paano pagandahin yan na hindi gagastos ng malaki. I think the biggest problem of a producer here or a content creator here is greed. Diba? If you're not into business, diba? Kung negosyante ka kasi, how much do you earn ba in a certain project? Diba dapat?
At saka may iba na gusto one time, big time.
Exactly. Greed nga Diba? Kung negosyante ka, alam mo naman ang negosyo na sa 15, swerte ka na, maka 30 ka dyan, 25% Pero ang value niya, 15, 20%, okay ka na Diba? Masaya ka na doon, kumita ka ng ganun. Siyempre yung iba, hindi naman negosyante, gusto nila, dapat kita ka. Diba? Dapat 100%, diba? Kung puhunan ko 5 million, dapat kumita ako ng 5 million. Hindi, dapat sa standard business, yun nakikitain mo diba? Ang what's scary lang sa production ng film and TV, actually ang kinikita ko lang, to be honest with you, is my provision. When you say provision, if I set aside 10 shooting days, diba, may provision ako ng 2 days, 12 or 3 days. When you say provision, paano pag umulan? Paano pag
may
nagkasakit?
extra days ka.
Diba? May extra days ka na inaano dyan So when you budget it for 13, 14. Kasi may provision ka Diba?
So kung hindi mo nagamit yun yung somehow
yun
kita mo na yun.
mo.
Savings mo na yun, nakita mo na yun.
Ako lang gumagawa nun sa Pilipinas, tingin ko It's risky. Pero ako, as a filmmaker, as a producer, ganun ako katapang. Kaya sinasabi sa producer, pinagmamalaki, hindi magagawa yan ng kahit sinong ilapit mo yan sa kahit sinong producer, hindi nila. Matatakot sila. Kasi pag wala na yung provision mo, aabono ka na
Oo, abono ka na doon. At pag sisingilin mo yun, mahirapan ka i-justify.
Hindi naman mo ma-justify unless you put it in the contract. Sometimes you can put it in the contract. Pero even that, nakikita mo, di ba, doon ka na lang kikita sa provision mo. Pag nagastos mo yun, patay ka na.
Wala na,
So, dun, actually, even sa ibang producer, sabi ko, diretsahan na tayo. Gusto ko lang to, passionate ako sa kwento. Pero kikitain ko lang dito sa'yo ay yung provision. Pag nag-over ako, may nagkasakit, bumagyo yan, etc., patay na ako. Diba? Unless i-ano natin sa contract so that maawa ka naman sa akin.
May provide sa'yo, ma-reimburse sa'yo. Kumbaga. Okay, going back direct to yung operations naman, ang ginagawa ng iba, halimbawa sa Lone Wolf, so you have some employees. Ang ginagawa ng iba ngayon, syempre may OPEX yun, di ba? Parang kayo ba yung style na on a need basis na lang, na kunyari, if there are special projects, that's the time, ayun, I get your services. But kumbaga, parang hindi pa tayo consistent, o di, ito na muna, 5, ilang tao lang ako. O, pero kapag dumadami na yung projects, ganun ba sa TV and film ngayon?
Sa amin, that's the case. Usually, per project ang tao. Which, yun nga, as a producer, ikaw as a financier, alam mong hindi ka maabuso. Kasi wala naman akong pinapasweldo eh. Usually, when you where you put your money is entirely goes to the project. Di ba? So, I think that's the wise na ngayon business model, kasi even the online, wala na silang stores, di ba? They do it online. So ako rin ganun, parang okay, we have a project, I hire people, di ba? I hire people to do this, to do that, to ganyan. So per project basis kami. Kasi wala kang but what you're paying for is 25 years of experience in the industry. From creative to directing to production. So that's what you get when you hire us. And I make sure na magagaling yung mga taong i-hire ko, hindi kita lolokohin. I get the right equipment, diba? I get the right post-production. Kumbaga, professionals yung ginagawa. Kasi minsan, makakuha ka. Diba? Kung sino-sino lang yung kukunin na tao, kaya pag napanood, ba't ganyan? Kakamot ka na ganyan.
Okay, now, Direk. Ikaw, parang you have many hats. Sa isang pelikula, or sa isang TV series halimbawa, saan ka dapat mag-focus? Dun sa writer ba? O sa director ba? I know that, you will say it's a teamwork, di ba? But somehow, as you mentioned in your experience, you know all the facets of TV and film production. But, some tell us that it's more on the director because he somehow connects all the dots. Some would say the writer. Ikaw, sabi mo nga, alisin mo lahat sa'yo ang may iwan, writer. So, sino ba talaga ang bida?
Actually, hindi. Alisin mo lahat sa akin, I'm a storyteller.
A storyteller,
Kasi
okay.
hindi lang writer.
How do you differentiate between a writer and a storyteller?
Kasi when you're involved in art or film, etc., storyteller ka dapat eh. When you're doing the production design, dapat storyteller ka.
Okay.
Diba? Hindi lang yung writer, storyteller. Kasi may kwento yung upuan na yan. Na ilalagay mo.
Ayan.
Pag nagdadamit ka, you're a storyteller. So everyone who's part of a production is a storyteller.
Any object speaks of a story.
Yes.
I see. Whereas
Kaya
a writer, susulat lang niya.
Susulat mo yan, pero i-interpret na yan eh. And the one who's gonna interpret it should be a storyteller. Maski yung nagdadamit, storyteller yan. Yung wardrobe mo, yung production design mo, yung director of photography mo, storyteller yan. Diba? That's why it's a collaborative effort. Kaya kukuha ka ng teammate mo, even the editors are storytellers. It's because it's the art of storytelling eh. Diba ang paggawa ng pelikula? Diba? You watch a story.
Yes. So in short, lahat sila mahalaga. Kung parang wala kang itulak kabigin.
Lahat.
Kasi dapat each role is a storyteller.
Exactly. Manggagaling lang sa pelikula, it's easier. Kasi manggagaling sa director yan, supposedly ang vision. There's a vision. Sa director manggagaling yan.
Pag pelikula.
Yes, it's a collaborative effort, pero sa pelikula para kang di ba?
Ikaw yung conductor.
Conductor diba? Sa TV, hindi mo magagawa lahat yan as director. You can set lang, pero TV is a writer's world. Especially soap operas. Anong papatakbo sa soap opera? Writer.
Sino mas malaking kita? Writer
Director.
sa TV or writer? Sige, mas malaki.
Director.
Director. Pero sa
Ito,
writer ng TV sa film, sino mas malaki kita?
TV. Hindi ka mabubuhay dito as a film writer. Lahat ng nabubuhay dito as a creative and a writer sa TV. Pero ito, sa TV or sa soap opera, magsusurvive ang soap opera mo o TV show mo without replacing your director, palitan mo director. Pero you won't survive pag nawala ang writers mo. Diba?
So writer's medium ang TV.
TV is a writer's medium.
At mas mayaman ang writer sa TV.
Kumpara sa writer
director.
sa pelikula.
Okay.
Pero sa director, mas malaki ang pera sa TV ng mga director.
But before we ask you to leave, ano yung advice mo, Direk Benedict, sa mga aspiring storytellers din at sa mga gusto din na magtayo ng kumpanya o negosyo na related sa film and TV production at sa mga negosyo na pwedeng, sabi mo nga, kailangan magnegosyo ka para may popondo do sa passion mo?
Advice ko lang, the best situation in life is earning from doing what you're passionate about. So, I hope, advice ko, follow your passion, do what you think you're good at mahal mo, and the money will follow.
Wow, you know, that's probably the most inspiring way to end this conversation. And again, on behalf of Net25 and Net25 Films, we'd like to thank Direk Benedict Mike for producing Monday First screening starring Gina Alahar and Ricky Davao. It's a beautiful film. It's something that will last for a long time. We can consider this as a classic, and it's a milestone for Net25 Films because this is the very first film of Net25 Films, and we hope that we can collaborate with other projects, be it on television and film with Direk Benedict Mike, and we hope that you will prosper with your other businesses, including Lone Wolf. Thank you so much, Direk Benedict Mike, for this very inspiring night by sharing your experience and your wisdom and your knowledge on film and TV production, and most importantly, to be a storyteller, and which we hope that can also inspire a lot of businesses. Ito ay pwedeng gamitin ng mga negosyante, maliliit na negosyante, kung paano nila ipopromote ang kanilang mga produkto at kumpanya. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Open for Business. Here are the trending business news around the world. Pag-ibig Fund slashes loan rates. State lender Pag-ibig Fund flexed its strength as it announced lowering home loan rates to 6.25% per annum from the previous 6.375% for a 3-year repricing period in a bid to encourage more home ownerships and reduce the country's housing backlog. The interest rates for longer-term borrowers were down to 6.5% for 5 years, 7.125% for 10 years, 7.75% for 15 years, 8.5% for 20 years, 9.125% for 25 years, and 9.75% for 30-year loans. Pag-ibig's rate reduction stemmed from its strong fiscal standing, record high collections, and high-performing loans ratio. Palay output seemed to have increased by 1.4% in the second quarter. Palay production was estimated to have grown to 4.26 million metric tons, or by 1.4% during the second quarter of the year, still 0.4% below the projected output at 4.28 million metric tons. The Philippine Statistics Authority said that about 603.24 thousand hectares have been harvested. Nickel industry calls for lowering barriers to entry of foreign players. The nickel industry has called on the support of the government to reduce barriers for the entry of foreign players in the country, seen to support the value chain of nickel mining. The Philippine Nickel Industry Association said that the industry overall looks compelling, especially with the growing demand for green products such as electric vehicles, solar panels, power grid systems, wind turbines, and hydrogen-based energy. These industries have strong demand for nickel products. The output for direct shipping of nickel ore during the first quarter grew by 5% to 3,997,829 metric tons at 23.85 billion pesos. And that's our news roundup. I am Randy Bernardino for Open for Business.
And our buzzword of the week is OTT, or over the top. It is a media service offered directly to viewers via the internet. Through his years of experience, Direk Benedict has mastered the delicate balance between artistic integrity and commercial viability. His innate understanding of audience preferences, coupled with his unwavering commitment to authentic storytelling, has earned him a reputation for creating projects that resonate deeply with viewers. His passion is the fuel for Lone Wolf Films Incorporated as they continue to explore new partnerships towards successful production outcomes. Direk Benedict serves as an inspiration to see entrepreneurial opportunities while doing what he is passionate about. Thank you very much, Direk Benedict Mike. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo. Dito lang sa Open for Business hanggang sa susunod na linggo. Samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us on our Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.